Oh, man.
Yeah. Happy birthday to the gent. He's listening, man.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That is cool.
That's pretty cool. And of course, he's listening on the Odyssey app. You can download that anytime.
Your birthday coincide with anybody famous? Because mine does.
Yeah, Rich Gedman. Former Boston Red Sox player.
Lefty. Rich Gedman was the lefty.
I think he was.
Malcolm X for me, May 19th.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, Malcolm X, baby.
Now, you know I was.
What are you about to? You were what?
You
were down?
No, I was fascinated by Malcolm X.
I mean, you had to be. Dude was ahead of his time,
no,
man.
you didn't.
Him and Martin were different.
It wasn't like
a difference, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I got it.
I was into that.
Yep.
Somebody saying Jermaine O'Neal. What about him?
Was in that trade.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Why did I get stage fright when you asked me?
I'm going to be honest with you.
Like Jockberty. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what it is.
No, it is. No, you just weren't. Your mind wasn't thinking.
I know.
Like
it didn't. It
didn't.
215.
It just didn't.
Yeah. Register.
Yeah, you weren't. Your mind was in another place.
I just wanted you to just say it. Yeah.
So anyway, you know what, man? We haven't played any sound because the callers have been terrific. Let's hear a little bit from Jonathan Kuminga. Right. After all, he was the
man.
I was going to say he's the big story. I still think he was the big story last night, even though Steph got 4,000.
Well,
but we all knew that was coming. Jonathan Kuminga on fitting in well.
I've been out for a couple months, and I've just been watching how everything's been going and how they've been playing. And obviously, I spoke to Steve a couple times about how they've been playing, how things going well for everyone. And I just been seeing and watching film and learning how I'm feeling when I come back. And I feel like that's what kind of helped me to just go out there and just have fun. And obviously, you got Draymond, you got everybody supporting me, telling me just be you, play the way you know how to play, and just do your thing. So I think that's kind of helped me to just go out there and, I don't know, and help us win.
I love it. And just be you, Steiny. And that's what I told you, Willard and Dibs. You know, and I was asking Eddie about what advice would you give him, but just be you, and that's what he was last night, right?
I thought it was absolutely a great first game back.
Yeah. Can't wait for tomorrow now, man.
Nice kind of game to see, here it is. I just got a text from a guy. Did you send me an email? No, I got hacked.
How do they get in, though? How do they find our information?
I have no idea. No. I have no idea. Kaminga also talking about his injury and whether it took a little longer than he thought to return.
I never got hurt the way I did. I didn't know what it was until Steph told me that it's something that was going to take a little longer than usual. And, you know, a lot of people didn't know what it was, but we knew it was just a simple ankle, but it just took longer than the usual ankle because it was pretty bad. But here I am.
Here he is, Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
You know, the one thing, I don't know what the timetable was originally or whether it changed, but I mean, he looked good last night. He looked, it didn't feel like there was an adjustment period. It felt like he was pretty much the same player as he was when he left in terms of physically and athletically.
The turbo jets seemed like they were ready to activate, Stoney. He was, yeah.
And I saw a quote from Steve Kerr that said he's been scrimmaging now for about 2 weeks. So they clearly were monitoring him, and even though they were liking what they saw in the scrimmages, apparently, why can't I think of his first? Rick Celebrini, the director of strength and conditioning, then gave him the go-ahead to go before last night.
This is Macklin Celebrini.
I was just going there, Yeah. So, dude, this is like the rich. I know you think I'm playing, Stoney. I just feel like the rich have gotten richer, man. And, again, nothing like talent but more talent, and they got it. Have you heard anything? I know I was out one day, but have you heard anything about Pods? Like, do we know if he's playing tomorrow? I'd like to just have everybody back, and obviously Hughes wants to come back.
Yeah, you know why he wants everybody back? So that he can pick the guy with the fewest minutes and say, Tiny, but what about G-Sample?
No, I'm not into that. That's your job. You always do let's run from the good and talk about the bad. That's what you do.
Who cares about Pods? He's a young player. He'll be fine. If he's back tomorrow, he's back tomorrow. If he's back Tuesday, he's back Tuesday.
No pun intended, because it is his back.
Stop looking at basketball like an individual game. Don't you get it?
We'll see.
Why are you talking to me like I'm Zack LaVine? I am so disappointed in that dude, man. Hey, Stardy, I mean, my good, I wanted him, but I was wrong. Man.
Oh, man.
That
was a good one.
Sack's going the wrong way, right? They'll probably get the 10 by D. Phoenix might catch him.
Want to bet?
Well, Phoenix got a tough game tonight.
Phoenix.
They're done. You're out on them?
They're done.
How much responsibility does KD? I'm not saying it's all on him. I'm asking you a number. Booker, too. How much responsibility of this is KD?
You think I'm going to put a number on it?
Yeah.
A percentage?
Because you give passes. I know that. And I want to see if you're going to get
everybody.
one to do it. I appreciate that.
What do you mean?
But the stars are more. Remember how you don't put it on the guy, the 8th, 10th man. You put it on the 3. Bill, Booker, and Budenhauer is probably going to be looking. Coach Bud's going to be looking for a new job.
Those are names. Why. They're names right now. They're not players.
Wow.
I don't mean they're not players. I mean, Devin Booker ain't Devin Booker.
How much of that is because he doesn't have a Jimmy Butler per se or Chris Paul?
But he's got a Kevin Durant
right.
and a Bradley Beal.
That's what I thought. That they're a mess. I don't like any of it. I'd cuss that.
You like Booker?
I thought he's not. What's going on? But he'll get you 27 or 30.
That's really what's important. I think. Just, I mean, you're right.
27 wins.
I said, but you're doing everything. But Snotty, sums up.
You don't have the ha-ha. Okay, Goo.
Bobo.
You do.
Bobo, though.
Okay. You do realize. Okay, I'll do it to you this way. What's Kevin Durant the best at?
Scoring.
What's Devin Booker best at?
Scoring.
What's Bradley Beal best at?
Scoring.
And there's your problem.
Wow.
Draymond Green, he always has great stuff to say. This is about anxiety, but that's all I know.
Yeah, I think we all kind of wanted that for him. Wanted that to happen. There was a point in the game where we all were just trying to make it happen. To see him cross that milestone that no one has ever crossed is very fitting. The way he changed the game, how important he made the three-point shot to the game of basketball. Happy it happened at home with the last one happening on the road. But overall, just...
Yeah, I don't care anymore, Draymond. Let's go to the one on Kaminga.
You get the little T right there.
I wanted to talk about Kaminga, Draymond. Do you have anything to say about him?
JK is a special player. I think he was able to find a group because he just played within the offense. He didn't force anything. He got transition opportunities. He took those. And he just put his head down and got downhill and made plays for himself and other guys. I think I said it before. I didn't have any worry of him fitting in with Jimmy. Jimmy's a very smart player. JK is an extremely talented player. You give smart players talent, they usually figure out how to use it.
Oh, man.
Hey, Draymond, let me be clear about something.
He said that.
Nobody worried about how Kuminga was going to play with Butler. People are concerned with how Kuminga is going to fit in with the Warriors. It wasn't Jimmy Butler. Come on.
Well, no.
Get your facts straight and get back to us. No. Jimmy Butler can play with anybody. We learned that in 10 games.
Police are at your door right now knocking. And we already knew how he played with the Warriors.
Okay.
The question
Jimmy Butler's really hard to play with. That was not the issue. The issue was not Kuminga and Butler. The issue is Kaminga in the context of the whole team.
But get
it straight, Dre.
Yeah, Evan.
This new media has no accountability. None.
Stop it.
Speaking of accountability, Nick's in town tomorrow. Cat.
Oh.
But I hate he doesn't have his running mate.
Well,
Brunson.
I missed that whole thing.
Because Draymond went
last
in on
week.
him.
That wasn't a good.
I got to be careful.
That wasn't a great look for
Draymond. Okay, that's all. There we go.
But
from a guy that was just at a funeral. To find that out and not double back and be like, you know what, I get it. But I love me some Draymond. Hitting threes.
By the way,
I'm not going to hold the players accountable.
By the way, when's the last time a player ever said, hey, coach, take me out? I can't play 47 minutes.
Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
Dude, what is Tibbs,
That's his MO.
That's not a good MO in today's.
Well, I'm just saying, it's
like letting your pitcher throw 118 pitches every time out. All right, smart ass. It's going to catch up to you.
Quite frankly, this is, Kyle Shanahan. It's why he doesn't run 5 wide. That's not who he is.
I can't
Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah.
He likes to play his starters a lot. That's just who he is. Phil Jackson, triangle. Steve Kerr, motion.
And to his credit, they up until because I saw the game winner the other night in Portland, Bridges hit. But Stoney, we'll see how this works. But man, you got to look. What
do you think about? I know you've been begging to do this.
Oh yeah, I was.
What do you think of the 49ers signing Mac Jones real quick before the crossover?
This is incredible. Yeah. The world shook. But can I give you my biggest?
Not in Evans world. Not Evans world. Go ahead.
I missed
no, go ahead. Okay. Go ahead. I interrupt.
I'll get it to cafeteria. Honestly, my thoughts.
Yeah.
Peter King before he retired. Schefter, remember they swore that Mac Jones was the pick, and all of a sudden it wasn't the pick. And that night the Niners, or they reported that he was going to be the pick, and Twitter went crazy. I'm telling you, Steiny, in the Guru computer, I really believe that the owner saw that everybody lost their mind about Mac Jones possibly being the pick, that they changed it, and now to go do what the Niners have done in regard to soft reset or clean house and understand bringing the backup quarterback by the name of Mac Jones to your team was going to invite a circus, and you still do it, lets me know maybe he don't have all the power we thought.
Well, maybe he didn't have the power back then.
My point. Like, wow, man. And what does this do? Where's Brock Purdy's contract? Like, this has to mean less Benjamins. It just
not according to Evan.
So why would you? I can't wait to get. Okay,
address it to Evan.
No, but
I'm not in this one.
Where were you at?
I kind of think something's going on. That's all.
Evan, nothing going on here.
I think he stinks,
dude. But what are you paying Brock Purdy all that top money to do now, though?
You hear my new numbers for Brock Purdy.
Oh, my God. He's going to make less than Kaminga.
2 for 40. We'll give you 2 years, $20 million a pop.
They would do that,
and I'll tell you what, if his agent's playing hardball,
this is fascinating,
I'd say 2 for 42.
Yeah. This is fascinating, Stoney. I know we'll get to it more, but man.
Well, if you would have done the show Thursday, you would have heard a lot of people say, it's not fascinating. It's just a backup quarterback, just like Sam Darnold was.
For now.
Just like Brandon Allen.
Okay. Let's see how these negotiations go, right?
It's still very early in the process.
Right. Okay.
Very early in the process.
We're going to do that. I get it.
All right. So we got Willard and Dibs. It is the crossover coming up. We also have the What's Bugging You segment, sponsored by Atco Pest Control.
Oh, I'm ready.
I have one too today.
Oh, okay.
I don't have to go into the segment not knowing, and I do know what has been bugging me just a little. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5.
guys got to put some respect on my gambling.
I'm not in this one.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it is crossover time, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, which also means on a Friday, it's the What's Bugging You segment coming up in 10 minutes. And Willard and Dibs in the house.
Yeah. Friday payday, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let me just.
Yesterday,
My guy Dibs comes in and he goes, yeah, I'm deciding whether to come down Steiny's Road or just let it go.
Yeah.
Let it go.
And look at him. He means it.
I mean, I would let it go, but you are the king of not letting things go. And I'm just going to do it now because what's bugging me in 11 minutes is not really this, but I heard it earlier. And it had me thinking about your time with the chef. And today I heard you say something about the night, how it's another thing that got stolen from you. And I believe you said that earlier today. And, you had a chance yesterday to ask Steph about the origin of the night, and you did.
Right.
And he said it was, Andre Iguodala and I, blah, blah, blah. But what you really wanted to say deep down was, no, Steph, I was doing night before you and Andre Iguodala were even like gleams in your parents' eye. But you didn't, Steiny. Yeah. And that, honestly, it's not bugging me, but I felt a little bad for you.
Well, in fairness, it wasn't me. It was my mom. My mom used to say that way back in the day. She started
the night?
Yeah, she used to say that.
Like when you were playing high school at Holy Names?
No.
And you'd pull up an 18-foot jumper, a long two?
No, she would use it in a more vindictive way. She would use it, let's say there was a word and I misinterpreted it. And I said, no, Mom, that word means this. And she'd say, no, it means this. Night. Meaning,
Mary.
Case closed.
Dude, now, Mary with the night.
Now, let me be honest with you. I didn't address that with Curry because I'm a little bit gutless.
Well, and I mean, it's fine.
My mom used to do something real similar.
Did she?
Oh my gosh, it triggered me so bad. She would get to the end of whatever her point was, and she would go, and that is the end of the conversation.
Oh, that's a bad
I was like, who the hell?
Wow.
How do you decide what if I still got something to say?
Yeah.
What do you mean that's the end of the conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, we got a question to ask you guys.
Okay.
Do either of you guys
here we go. We got a bet going.
speak a second language?
Oh, boy.
Dibs?
No.
Hard no.
And I'm a hard no. Guru's a hard no.
Yeah.
And we're just assuming, of course, Shasky and Spadoni are hard no's.
I said Spadoni, maybe Italian.
Yeah.
He knows. Yeah, he knows
Spadoni,
one.
I love
He
you.
knows. Spadoni knows one word. Manja. It means eat.
He knows what we all know: spaghetti, rigatoni, linguine, lasagna.
Yeah.
No, but
gabagool.
Yeah, wow,
no, I was just making the point that I do have a little pet peeve with people who question the IQ of someone who speaks multiple languages, and in the context of like Kaminga. Kaminga speaks French and English. So anybody who speaks more languages than me, I would never say.
If you speak two languages like kind of good, right? That's probably smarter than one language really well, right?
Yes, absolutely. Because like the Jonathan Kuminga interviews from last night, I know what he's saying. I get it. He's got insight. He's not just like he's got forethought and he knows nuance. He knows nuance.
I thought his interview answers were as impressive as his game.
Physically, he looked like he hadn't left, man.
Physically, it was fantastic, but for him to open up to sort of the stress, the angst about like not wanting to mess it up, I thought was just...
That's when people mess it up, when you overthink that stuff.
It's just tremendous awareness, and you talk about how to ingratiate yourself either to a fan base or your teammates. I mean, this is the guy that 2 years ago wouldn't rebound in the playoffs and got benched and decided to have his agent call Shams and say Steve Kerr's no longer the guy. Like that guy is now this guy in a situation where, and we've talked a lot about it, the mental aspect of what he was facing last night.
It was real.
Coming off of an injury. The contract has 17 games to go. The Warriors are winning every game, and I'm being reinserted back into this. He handled the whole thing. Total grand slam. Total grand slam for him last night.
I mean, he was he was saying all the right things. And the thing I was most impressed with was there didn't forget rust. That may come still, but his foot is clearly 100%, I would think. And then it made sense after the game because Steve Kerr basically said, he's had 4 or 5 scrimmages. So they must have seen improvement from the start of those scrimmages till the end. And this is why the Warriors are always cautious with injuries.
Yes.
Who cares if it's an extra week or two?
Especially while you're winning.
No doubt.
Yeah, and I do think that that's part of it. And, Mark and I talked about if they had been, 7-7 and they were the 9 seed and they needed that injection, maybe they put him in there back in the Charlotte game on the road trip where the initial report was, midway through the road trip, he'd be ready to go. But you keep winning and winning and winning. And so it's a little bit easier to make sure that he's 103% ready as opposed to 88%. And then you watch him last night, and even though they were little short bursts, Mark and I were talking about it in the green room, it felt like when he was out there, they were looking to get him going.
Yeah.
And he was looking to get himself going.
Teammates,
and
man.
Teammates and veterans and understanding what it's like to come back from injury as they all have. It's like, not only do you want to run up and down and get a sweat, you also want to get the ball, feel good. Yeah. You're a young player, you're 22. And so I thought that last night they went out of their way to try to, when he was out there, make sure that he was feeling good about it.
Yeah, and Draymond said it so well after the game, just kind of what we've been talking about Willard and Dibs and Stoney all week long. Even though they were playing well and the record was there, they knew they needed him. And that's half the battle when the teammate knows that you've been out. We're going to make that we'll try to make it as easy as possible. But this is where I'm going to lose you 3. You tell me, because Stoney already knows this. I'm a dreamer. I feel like I'm a sports romantic. But this Warriors season has been a whirlwind in regard to I really thought it was over. We were fielding calls about putting Steph in a situation. What do we owe him? And all I'm saying, guys, and I know this is wrong, because Stoney's usually the future guy. Even if the Warriors don't win it this year, and I'm saying this with 100% conviction for me, because I'm talking to myself, I'm still so excited about what the future holds that this almost in a crazy world, and I know fans might come for me, is house money, Willard, but it's house money in the sense that you're going to get another offseason with Butler to have a whole real offseason. I think Kaminga's Joe Lacob's guy, so he's not playing for his contract. And the vibes are so immaculate with the young guys just using the manual of just scrap that I'm, even when this season does end, we got another one coming, and that's where I'm at after it looking like it was dead.
I get why you're there.
Okay, right. That's crazy, I know.
It's not house money, and the example, the best one I can think of is right in front of our faces.
Uh-oh.
The 49ers. You can't think and plan that it's all going to be hunky-dory again next year when the same people come back. Because it just doesn't work that way. In fact, there's someone who works with the Niners who said to me when they lost the Garoppolo Super Bowl, and when you've got a lead in the fourth quarter of a Super Bowl, they're like, you don't understand how deep this cuts. Because you can think all you want, but we've got the best roster, and we're in a Super Bowl window, and we'll be back next year. So many things have to go your way to get into that situation. When you get there and you cough it up, it's the most painful thing that can happen to a team. So especially where everyone's had their 35th birthday, happy birthday, Chef.
Yeah, 37.
And we're going to do something real fun with it today. But, boy, next year,
all right,
who the hell knows who's going to be ready, healthy.
Dibs, am I off the train with the farm? Because that is a great comp, the Niners. But that was after multiple visits as a chance.
Well, and it's different, too, because in the NFL, you can, just outright cut a guy. And, they had 31 free agents. And so that's why I was saying it was Super Bowl or bust. And so if this thing doesn't work out the way that we all think that it might, okay, what do you have? You've got Kevon Looney, who might go elsewhere, GP2. They're both free agents. Kaminga is a restricted. And what else? You got Jimmy and Draymond and Steph. So you got your big 3. Right. They're under contract. They're coming back. Pods is here. TJD is here. Moody is here. Buddy's here. So that right there is 7 of your top 10 who are here, and Quentin's here, and that would be number 8. And so as we get deeper into it, they're going to try again. It's Larry O'Brien or try again. It's what I've been saying, Mark. It's win the Larry or try again.
Yeah. No, it's always try again.
Yeah.
No, not for the Niners. It was Super Bowl or bust, and what they did is they busted that thing wide open.
But I was more talking about the year before. When you lose to the Chiefs in overtime.
Oh, man.
How did you comfort yourself?
You're correct.
Well, but
no, you paid.
But next year. Oh, next year. We got the best roster in the game.
I get that.
You went 6-11. And nothing will ever actually be as it was in that game ever again.
Damn.
Never again.
He got me, Steiny, baby.
We went into that game with Dre Greenlaw causing problems in the first half.
Who saw that coming?
Never actually started or played a full game for the 49ers ever again.
And he's gone.
So, I don't know.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It is time for the What's Bugging You segment. Termites are silent destroyers. Yes, they are. They eat away at your home before you can even see the damage. Atco Pest Control stops them in their tracks with expert treatment and prevention. Protect your biggest investment. Visit atcopestcontrol.com today and tell our office to listen to What's Bugging You and receive 10% off. So call Atco and say, hey, I listened to the What's Bugging You segment, and you get 10% off any termite treatment.
So you were fired up, ready to go, so start it.
Well, I just have one.
Okay, I got one, too.
Go.
All of us.
Let's go.
Here we go.
What's bothering me?
It's what's bugging you. I mean, just read the script. My God.
I like unscripted.
What's bugging me?
Thank you.
Service dogs.
Oh, boy.
Service dogs.
Uh-oh.
Can we expand our game a little bit?
You better be careful.
I mean, I get it that they have a job to do, but do they have to be antisocial? Do they have to be aloof? I mean, can they become a little bit more well-rounded? Dogs are there for companionship, and they're there to make you feel good. These service dogs think they're an elevated group of a dog, and I got to tell you, I'm sick of it. I mean, they think that because they can follow their nose and guide a person, that they're doing something that most other dogs can't do. The reality is, every dog can do it. They just don't go to the school for that. Service dogs. I need more out of you than just service.
Hold on. I need more out of you. I need to know the specific experience that led to this.
Oh, you can't touch him. Oh, don't touch him.
Well, no, what happened? What happened?
That's the point.
No, what happened?
With what?
What was your direct experience with a service dog that led to this opinion?
I tried to approach one when I was 9 and got shooed. You can't touch them.
You've been holding on to this for 50 years?
They're like Steph Curry driving the lane. You can't touch them. Okay, they're working. They're working. Give me a break.
Wow.
Get in the game. You know what? They just service dogs do one thing for me. Just bring a little more to the table. That's all I'm asking.
I need one, Steiny. Boy, man.
Now, what he needs is a comfort animal, which is something that I've done already in this bit. Like, just because you put a sweater on your dog doesn't mean that you get to bring your dog into every single restaurant. Yeah. Well, that's their whole thing. So I'm with you, Steiny, on the whole idea about, service dogs.
By the way, real quick, yes, it's a bit 310.
I love it.
Goodness gracious. All right, who's next?
Why are you so down on the blind, Steiny? They help the blind.
So, yesterday
I remember back in the day when they were on their own. So the service dog, I appreciate what it does. Just get to know some other people. Just a little more well-roundedness out of them. That's all.
I love it. So, yesterday we laid my uncle down to rest, and I just want to say this. When you're at a funeral and you're paying respect, your words or the thoughts, when they have it built into the to the program to get up and say some kind words, should never be timed. And to the church and the churches out there, we have dumbed it all down. You cannot put a shot clock on people's time and thoughts of paying respect to the dead. And if you have to do that, then don't even have that at all in the program. I saw referees at the church yesterday. It almost jumped off, getting rude, saying, Willard, you're at 24 seconds, wrap it up. And I don't appreciate that. It's a funeral. The person's gone. We're all here for one common goal, to pay respect. To hell with the clock and pay the bills. What's going on? Everything is about the next. Do you have another funeral? What's going on to where I can't take 2 or 3 minutes to pay respect to my family member? But we're so fast. Pay your money, whatever. We got something else going. Where's the preacher going? What are we doing? What happened to the days of go up there, say what you got to say, and pass the mic? I just think that is so tacky that they have the shot clock like we're in Madison Square Garden on hurry up and say what you got to say about your uncle. I think that is so just tacky and rude.
Ooh. Yeah. I mean, I get it.
What's the show? Where are we going? Who's got to go? What are we doing?
So you don't want to hear the preacher say, big clock 36, little clock 14.
No! Dude,
Speech clocked out at 19.
I'm stunned. That's a thing?
Yeah, didn't they got the clock like it's the shot clock, Willard?
Have you all experienced this before?
Boy.
No, but I've never been to a funeral where somebody's like giving them the rap sign. I've never seen that.
Willard,
that happened to you yesterday?
Yes, and this is like the third one that I've been to. And some were like, F your clock. It almost got to that.
Yeah.
Come take the mic. I was like, oh, boy.
Man.
The only thing missing is the Oscar music.
Exactly. He's about to get played off.
Thank you, 925, by the way.
Paying respect to the dead.
You can't, but at the same time, and I'm not gonna I'm not gonna make this a whole thing, but if you go to a place and maybe they happen to have had 4 other people in their parish who passed, or in their community rather, who passed,
and so next.
Yeah, I mean, we got one at 10, we got one at noon, we got a break till 3, we got another one at 5, and so if you have a funeral at 3 and yours doesn't start till 4:15 because somebody was up there, and then this one time, when my uncle, he stubbed his toe and it was really bad, and I got him a Band-Aid. Ha ha ha. So I get what you're saying, but at the same time, there are other people that probably have to be. Like,
Willard, you never seen that?
I've never seen it.
I've never seen it either. With an actual clock,
dude, it is offensive.
I would have been there for extra goo.
Oh, wow. Man.
My bet is you were probably a hell of a lot more entertaining than whoever came up next.
Man,
that'd be my bet.
No doubt.
Yeah. So
that's it for me.
I just gotta. First of all, I don't want to follow that. And
no, that's why I'm waiting.
Yeah. Second of all,
you go ahead, Mark.
Mine's just kind of quick. I like. For every outlet out there of any kind that either pays people or charges people just ungodly rates simply because they can, I guess my comp would be this. It's like a gas station on Highway 5. Just because you're on Highway 5, you shouldn't be $6.50 a gallon. Like, why don't you just charge what gas stations charge? Why do you have to be a jerk about it? So what inspires this, Christy and I, the lovely Christy, we're getting married. Anything that has anything to do with a wedding is just 5X. Why? Why, like, it's not our first wedding. We're not in the mood to spend $100,000. We don't want to do that. Why are we charging $50 a plate for my 11-year-old who won't eat anything? Why can't we just be normal? Why can't you just charge what things cost? And then we'll move on. We're happy to pay. But why? Why gouge people just because you can? It's just like our industry. It's like our industry, right? All those kids that I brought from Cal Poly to the Warrior game, I literally have to do a class on, by the way, in your 20s, but in our industry, you don't even need to make minimum wage. They pay you $4 a day. Why? Because they can. Brutal. Man. Anyway, that's all.
Yeah. Hashtag America.
Yep.
And meanwhile, we've got a current situation, and I don't want to name check anybody, but we're out there charging our allies 20% to import their goods, and so now they're going to charge us 20%, and so now everything immediately goes up in price, and that kind of leads me to what's bugging me, and it's not only the Tesla vehicle, but you, Tesla driver. You are the problem because you have an electronic vehicle and you think you're so fancy that you can just come and go as you please. You can do what you want because your car makes a sound like you're George flipping Jetson. You're no better than me, and you're no better than anybody who happens to maybe be a gas guzzler. So you, electronic vehicle owner, and those people who have the Tesla truck, which is the single most heinous vehicle in the history of vehicles, going back to the Edsel back in the 40s.
Oh, my God.
This thing is hideous, but you've got your neat Tesla truck because you think that you're somebody special because you can afford it. You're a tool, and your truck is not a truck. What it is something that rhymes with truck. It sucks. So, hey, you Tesla driver, you're a clown.
Oh man! For y'all, you guys are on
sponsor?
Fire,
are they?
You're a tool.
No,
that's like an old school college word.
Dude, and you've seen them all. Like, here I am at a stoplight. I got my Tesla, and it's like, you're just a tool.
You ever pull up to a Cybertruck, though, and the person in there does not look like what you thought it was?
Yeah.
Like, I know what every Cybertruck driver looks like in my head. I know what all of them look like in my head. And when you pull up next to one, you're like, oh, whoa, I was not expecting 82-year-old Marge to be in there.
Right.
That's a moment. Man. Anyway.
It's because I can't open the trunk on my own. I push a button. It's great.
Oh, gosh.
It's great.
Guys,
it's a payday Friday. Yeah, How excited are you to get out there and get after it, Steiny?
I'm excited.
Well, we got after it last night.
I'm pleased.
With the people.
Everything in moderation.
I've decided I don't like this, the shows up in my bank account a day early thing. Because by the time I turn you on, and you're always celebrating Payday Friday, and I'm like, dude, half of it's gone already. Good. It's gone. Yeah. This is allocation sensation.
That's $1.
It is.
If you can afford it.
Yeah.
I mean, which at this point in the week, maybe not. I'm kind of in the same boat where every Friday I'm like, oh yeah, hit that refresh Fremont Bank on my app, and it's like, and you look at the number, it's like, well, I owe like 61% of that, and I owe another 18% of that, so... Cool. I might as well look at this number now while I can because come Monday, it's all gone.
Gone.
Yeah.
Did you go?
To what?
What's bugging you?
I already went.
Oh.
Yeah. Thanks
It's
for
like,
listening.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like wedding upsells. The guy's getting married. Yes.
I get it, though. I get it.
Sorry.
No.
I got to go.
No, you can do that. Because
you might have
I heard about the two of you last night. I heard you're a big celebrity now. So you don't need.
You fancy now.
You don't need to pay attention to the rest of us.
Blown away by the
what the
number
hell
of people.
happened out there last night?
Tell him.
It was just fun. I mean,
but why?
The people. That's a good question. Well, you got paid for it. That was one thing. No, it's
My
great.
guy.
How many autographs did you sign?
None.
How many pictures did you take?
I only signed flats, and nobody had one.
Nice.
We took a lot of pictures.
About 40 pictures.
Took a lot of pictures.
I would say 40 or more.
How many autographs did you sign?
None.
None.
But
How many pictures on his tippy toes? Of the 40?
None.
None.
Good for you.
Yeah.
You've evolved. I'm proud of you, Steiny.
Yeah, it was a small crowd there last night.
Like
literally
stature-wise. You didn't have to go
I'm tell you
tippies.
and Dibs this, and I mean this, man. I got in this business to share my takes and never knew, and what comes with that in the game. But you never know what some people are going through. You never know how some people consider what we all do. We're part of their life. We're friends to them. Not perfect. And to have 9-year-old Kayla come up and recite an argument, a debate we had, and with the brightest smile on her face, I'm looking like these are real humans. That what we do, Steiny, and somehow they have time for us. They can walk me out right now, and you can never take that away from me. No doubt, there's no price tag on it. I know I was hitting a cardiac muscle yesterday.
I want the listeners to hear what you just said. So a 9-year-old girl came up to you and recited an argument that the two of you had on her way to school. What was the argument about?
The dad came. This is how her dad introduced us to us. So we were debating whether one of the coaches was being overbearing or not. And then Steiny and I, the word was, no, you're being overbearing. No, you are. And it was him and I was like, which one was this? Episode 9,000. But the fact that, and then her dad asked her, was it all love or do you think they really hate each other?
What she said?
What was her answer?
She said, no, I know you guys like each other.
And that's
but we had a young fella, Justice, who brought showed us basically some highlights of him playing.
8 years old.
You know,
did he have the ha-ha?
Yeah, he got an and one on the ha-ha.
He showed us a shot where he got. It was. Guru's right. The foul should have been flagrant, but he makes the shot, and then the video stops. And of course, I said, "Nice shot, but did you
make the
free throw?" And he said, "No."
Boy.
I said, "We'll get that 3-point play the next time."
Yeah,
it was great.
What it's about?
No, it's pretty fun.
These microphones are on,
and they asked about you. Willard Dibs as cool as they sound. So of course,
it's awesome.
I must not have been around forever.
No, they asked.
And just one small vignette before you go. Our boss Matt Nahigian had an Uber driver 6 months ago named Trevor, who is like a huge fan of the station, and he's actually in the building, and he's going to get a chance to see it up close and personal. A guy 6 months ago that Nahigian bumped into, who's such a big fan that we're now going to bring him in. I don't know if he'll appear on the air, but he at least gets a chance to come in and see it and be a part of it. Dude. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah.
All right, well, you guys bring it home, just like the Warriors on 95.7, The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on.
You be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do it. Let's go. Let's go. Could the vibes be any better? Could they be any better?
No.
It's another Ottoman game for the Warriors, -8. Ha!
Well,
-8.
It did.
What a joke.
For a minute there.
Not really.
I'm just going to say.
Not really.
It got cut to 7 or maybe 6.
Yeah.
I wasn't
not worried.
I wasn't worried, but at the same time, it was like they were up 23 and now it's 6. And you think, okay, Warriors, let's turn 6 into 14. And they did. And then it was 18. And then it was 23 or whatever. And it's like, okay.
Take the feet up.
Right. But for maybe 3 or 4 possessions, it was not in doubt, win or lose, but at least for the number, to your point, it was like, oh boy, the Kings, man, they had a nice little flurry to get that thing back to a 2-possession game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the NBA, right? I mean, they're always going to make a run. You can't, it's very rare they could just pummel someone for 4 straight quarters. Warriors got sloppy, whatever, dude. The vibes are just unbelievable.
Nice.
This Warrior team, they're absolutely incredible. And so we're going to get at this from a bunch of different angles, but the very, very first thing we need to do, happy birthday, Stephen Curry. He is
chef.
37 years old today, and he's celebrated by deferring. Butler and Curry, a combined 14 shot attempts in a game that you win by 26. That was, if you really want to find something that makes you think, hold on, this team actually really might cook and might do something special, it's stuff like that. Like 3 weeks ago, we're sitting here going, Chef needs help. He's working too hard. Now he can go out there and attempt 9 shots and then win by 26 against a team that at the beginning of the year, quote, had your number. I mean, this turnaround, there's no way to overstate it. It's absolutely bananas what has taken place.
It's crazy. And you think about last night as a great example of Steph Curry getting 9 shots. It's because he was absolutely hounded every inch of the court. They were top locking him. They were denying him. They picked him up for the full 94 feet every single possession. And the defender who was on him was completely blind to the basketball. So for Steph to even get up 9 shots is kind of impressive because he didn't have that many opportunities to get shots up. So Sacramento decided, all right, we're going to take him completely out of the game. And Steph was like, fine, take me out. I'm still going to get my 2 threes and get a milestone. And oh, by the way, everyone else will go, 18 of 33 from 3? I'm sorry, 20 of 33 from 3. Yep. So, yeah, you took Steph out of the game, with your single-minded defense, but everyone else had open shots. They knocked them down. They took advantage of everything else. So, yeah, that's kind of a blueprint for the rest of the league. You can go ahead and take Steph out of it, but now you got Jimmy and Draymond and everyone else. So that's no longer a viable strategy against the Warriors.
All right, we got some great stuff today. Let's have some fun. It's a Friday. The Warriors never lose basketball games. Check this out. It's Steph Curry's birthday, right? So here's what we did. Because Sunday is also Selection Sunday. And that fires my partner up more than, I don't want to say what word I was going to stick in there. But anyway.
Whatever you want to say. Yeah. I bet Liberty this morning on the live line, and they came back from the dead to cover.
And you gave me another lock last night.
Let's go.
They won again. We're going to let this sucker ride. We're going to keep on letting this sucker ride. But in honor of Steph Curry's 37th birthday and Selection Sunday coming up this weekend, we have created the Steph bracket. The Steph bracket to celebrate his birthday. And you, the listeners of 95.7 The Game, are essentially going to go on a 3-hour journey with us.
A 3-hour tour.
You know what? There are 3 listeners out there got that reference. And so congrats to all of you for getting the old age. But 3-hour journey to arrive at Steph's best moment ever. So we have compiled what we think are Steph's 8 greatest moments. We could have done 64. That would have gotten a little hot and heavy, a little convoluted, and Lucas would actually be 89 years old by now if we had tried to do that. But we've got his 8 greatest moments. And I'm not going to unveil them right now, but in 10 minutes at 2:30 we will. And we'll give you the 4 matchups that are getting created because we've seeded each of the 8 moments. And we're going to let you, the listeners on social media, on YouTube, Twitter, and the like, we're going to let you vote for about an hour each and whittle the 8 down to a final 4. And then whittle the 4 down to 2. And by 5:15, 5:30, we will have number 1, Steph's greatest moment. It's going to allow us to play some of these calls and relive all of it, get your thoughts on all of it. It'll be interesting to see, will there be any upsets out there based on our seeds? But Steph's 8 greatest moments put into a bracket, and on social media over the next 3 hours, we're going to whittle it down to 1.
And callers, too, at 888-957-9570. And maybe we weight the calls a little bit heavier than just the votes on the social. And it's really tough because you think about Steph Curry and 4,000 threes made, and we picked out 8. And I think all of the moments are threes, and not all of them, hint, hint, are from his time in the association. And I actually nominated a couple from his Davidson days that didn't even make the bracket. But when you think about Steph Curry, to whittle his greatness down to just 8 moments was incredibly difficult in and of itself,
right?
Very,
very difficult. And I will say that one of the 8 is not just a shot. It's an entire game.
Jeez.
One of them's a game. The other 7 are shots. We'll unveil all of that at 2:30.
And even of that, like if you were to pick one game, like which of those which of those one games would you pick? Because he's had a lot of one games that encapsulate more than just one moment, right?
No doubt. Of course.
Yeah,
of course.
Hello.
50 points, 60 points, whatever.
Yep,
I mean, hell,
56.
The game against Orlando just a couple of weeks ago. All of those things. But we also want to start with this. There's no way we're letting this fall. Holy crap, Jonathan Kaminga looked good last night. Wow. And I don't just mean the 20 minutes of action, as I said on the crossover. I also just mean that word that we keep using about everything Warrior basketball right now, the vibes. What Jonathan said after the game was perfect. The way he handled this for a 22-year-old kid, not from this country, to get talked about as constantly as he has been over the last 2 months. And this show, quite frankly, I damn well know, has been at the front of the line in terms of, ooh, boy, this is tough. Steve Kerr comes on the show. He's like, these are tough. This is tough to enter big-time players back into winning streaks. The awareness that Jonathan showed of that, the vulnerability he shared with Warrior fans, and then the way he went out and comfortably performed in multiple facets of his game. I was incredibly, incredibly impressed and excited and optimistic. He answered every question in 20 basketball minutes. Doesn't mean there won't be bumps and bad games, and who knows what's going to happen. It's one basketball game. But every question was answered for me in 20 minutes that I might have been sort of concerned about with Jonathan Kuminga. Thought he was incredible. So it made us want to put this out to all of you and allow each of you to fill in the blank, because there's multiple ways to do this, and Kaminga is not my only answer. But what if we said this, with everything that's going on with the Warriors of late and how good they've been, if we simply just gave you this sentence to fill in the blank? I'm pretty impressed by blank. How would you fill it in? Because there's so many directions you can go off of a winning streak like this, a rebirth like this, an acquisition, transactions, multiple trades this year, the victories, and now Kaminga back into the fold. So from coaching, from front office to players, how would you fill in that blank? I have two, but I would love to hear yours first, Dibs, and we'd love to hear you call in. I'm pretty impressed by blank. 888-957-9570, what would you say?
I would say just the cohesiveness, where it's Gee, it's Moses, it's Kaminga coming back into the mix, it's Draymond Green. The fact that Steph Curry was basically taken out of the game, and this is not to say that he couldn't have sprung free and done big things, but Steph Curry was being harassed and guarded every single step of the court. And you watch the game, and the Warriors would be inbounding it, and Steph, his defender, was like face guarding him, like arms around him like a fourth grader guards another player. And so Steph didn't have to kind of allow himself to be secondary, but he did, knowing that everybody else was going to have a chance to eat. And so he shot the ball 9 times, and there was a little stretch in the third quarter where he was kind of hunting the record. He had 1 3 at that point, and I thought there were a couple possessions where he was trying to just get it over with. Yep. Let me get 4K and be done with it. But after that, he was happy to just go into the background. And so for me, the cohesiveness of this team where, all right, you're going to take me out of it. All right, Draymond and Jimmy and Jonathan and everyone else, all of you get to eat because there'll be no help defender. It's 4-on-4, and our 4 is better than your 4.
Yeah, it's a great observation, no doubt about it. Those are like nights off for guys like that when they don't have to carry the load on their own. Everybody's threes were dropping last night. GP2, Buddy Hield, all of that. And so, yeah, like a night off for them. I would answer it. There's 2 that I want to jam in there, and then we'd love to hear from you. 888-957-957. We'll take your calls right now. Fill in that blank. I'm pretty impressed by blank. I would say Jonathan Kaminga, for all of the reasons I just said. I think that was so layered last night. It's not just about playing good basketball. The mental strength that it takes to handle a moment like last night the way he did, very, very impressed by Jonathan Kaminga. And I am very, very impressed by Mike Dunleavy. Okay? That Jimmy Butler trade, that drafting of Quentin Post, what we now know Brandon Pajemski to be, all of the worry when Bob Myers was leaving. I am pretty impressed quietly at the year Mike Dunleavy is having as the general manager of the Warriors. But you can answer it any way you want. 888-957-9570 would take your calls next. I'm pretty impressed by blank. Fill that in, and we'll set the Steph bracket for you as we celebrate his 37th birthday. We're sponsored by MB Jesse Painting, and it's Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in good hands. Residential, commercial, interior, exterior, MB Jesse Painting. Voted the Bay Area's #1 painter. Call 855-MB-JESSE today.
MB Jesse. He hits his 4,000th three-pointer last night.
Pump fake, fly by 3 ball on the way. Bounce pass to Kuminga. Rotates to Draymond. Back cut, Kaminga wide open, gets a dunk. Curry the screen. The gravity of number 30 in evidence there. And Kaminga and Draymond took advantage. There it is.
Call it.
The crack of the Tolbert can.
I'm getting to do it earlier and earlier the last few weeks. I like it.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your picks.
Hey!
JK
knows that it's ska-da-da-da. Even though he didn't play college ball, but he knows. He knows.
Yeah.
Fade the Dibs for 11 months a year.
I like that.
11 months a year.
Not now, my friends.
Not in March.
Yeah. I get one for you, too. I'll get you another late night special.
You got me another one?
I'll get you one.
Do you feel really good about it? Is it a 5-star?
I haven't even gotten there yet.
Oh, okay.
We're still working on the 4 o'clock games, and we're going to get to the late night games. Utah State last night with a pretty comfy, cozy cover.
Yeah, it was fine.
Yeah, not quite Ottoman, but they were in, mainly control, laying the 8.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, I got so many things going on and kids in different directions, and Christy's family bought a cat, and so I went over and met the cat, and the cat's name is Debo. Debo. And yes, they're already annoyed with me because I'm just running around the house being like, Debo!
Totally, right.
Anyway, so, that's going on. We got kids to put to bed. We got dishes to wash, and then I always forget. And then you'll be like, Utah State's up 7.5, and I'm like, oh, that's right. We on it.
That's right.
And then I sit down and I turn on, I flip open the laptop and check out what's going on.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They had it. It was an easy one.
It's funny because we go to bed and, my lovely supper goes to sleep before me. And so we switch from her crap to my crap. And so I'm watching this game and they're up 11 and I'm at the one eye point. And we go to the under 4 timeout and I fall asleep and I wake up 22 minutes later and it's over. And I look up and they covered. And I'm like, okay, quick text. Night.
My favorite, I fell asleep and woke up to a win of all time is still that Giants-Nationals 18-inning.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Game. I had a migraine.
Yeah.
I had a migraine.
Boy.
And I passed out.
Those things shut you down, too.
Dude, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over. I mean, dark and just rag on face and out. And I had a migraine, but the Giants are in the playoffs, and they're in extra innings. And I'm like, I'm fighting for my life, man.
Totally.
I'm not turning this off, right? And, Yusmeiro Petit, he's just throwing zeros up. And then the next thing you know, I think I made it to about the 14th or the 15th inning. And I was just gone.
Yep.
And then you wake up and your computer has gone to sleep. So the anxiety of touch the pad and then see what pops up. And it's Giants 2, Nationals 1, or whatever the hell the score was.
I think that's what it was.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
And I'm like, the migraine's gone and the Giants won.
Awesome.
Great moment. We're going to go to the phones. We got a lot going on here. Let me just say that we're going to do the Steph bracket for his birthday in just a few. And we will unveil the 8 finalists for best Steph moment ever. And is the voting already live, Lucas? And the voting's not live yet. The voting will go live as soon as we unveil. I also want to tell you that Dibs and I went on a little outing on my phone earlier today as well, because we're talking out these Western Conference standings. And the idea of I'd be disappointed now if the Warriors didn't go on a run. And I'm still having a hard time with that idea because they're literally a half game out of the play-in tournament.
Right.
So to expect them to win a series or two is still pretty tough for me. So anyway, long story short, I text my guy in Vegas to say, against how many Western Conference opponents would the Warriors currently be underdogs against in the first round? You will, listen to me, you will be shocked at what he texted back to me.
Okay.
That's in moments, okay? But we want to go out to the phones. We're asking you. I'm pretty impressed by blank. Fill in the blank. I got Kaminga and I got DUNLEVY. Those are the 2 that I wanted to shout out. Dibs shouted out cohesiveness of this Warrior team on display last night. Steph and Jimmy shoot the ball 14 times total, and they win by 26. How about Dollar Bill in the city? Hey, Bill, what's going on?
Hey, boys. Happy Friday.
To you as well.
All right. Well, hey. All right. So I'm on my way home to watch the Big East tournament. So hopefully, Dibbers, you like St. John's, because finally I got something to be excited about for the first time in about 25 years. So, my alma mater.
Yeah, I'd lay the $3.5 bill. If I was a betting man, I would lay the 3.5 against Marquette today.
I actually disagree because it's very hard to. We barely beat them a week ago, and it's very hard to beat a team 3 times a year. So I'd rather get it out now. But I don't need to bet with my heart. So, but there you go. Hopefully you're on. You got that.
Yeah,
right.
don't fade the Dibbers in March, Dollar Bill. I'm telling you, do not fade the Dibbers in March.
Well, I won't. I hope the Dibbers is right.
All right.
So, okay, what am I most impressed with the Warriors? You asked me this a month ago, and I would never have come up with this.
Huh.
I am most impressed with, frankly, the humbleness and the unselfishness of Jimmy Butler. He's completely impressed me with just how much of a leader and a team player he is, both on and off the court.
I think that's a great answer, Dollar Bill. I think it's a great answer. Thank you so much for the call, too. Look, even if you were an NBA league passer and you've been watching Jimmy Butler for years, there's no way that you thought the relationship was going to be this kumbaya, that he was going to seem so aware of his surroundings. We've spent 6 months listening to every NBA show be like, gosh, Jimmy is an immature punk. That's what everyone's been saying for the entire year. Jimmy, you're letting your team down. Jimmy, how can you handle it like this? And he gets here, and he literally looks like he's putting everyone in front of himself.
Yeah, and I do think that it's because of a new situation and also what we talked about yesterday, which is he joins a team with multiple-time champions and a head coach who's won 9 of the last 28. When you think about Steve Kerr as a player, as a coach, he's won 9 of the last 28 titles, Steve Kerr. He's looking for one for the thumb, the other thumb. He's already got 9 of those babies as a coach and as a player. So, yeah, you come into this organization with an OG in Steph, one of the best to ever do it. Draymond Green, who's a lot like you in terms of toughness and intangibilities, and other guys, GP2, Kaminga, Looney. These are all champs. They've all won a title already. So you come to this team, it's hard to come in and really upset the apple cart right away. And when you start out your career with just wins, win after win after win, Jimmy Butler's only lost 1 time as a Warrior when he was on the floor. So I think that all those things make it easy for him to be a good soldier. I'm not going to diminish it, but I do think the circumstances are all leading to that.
And then a short sample, obviously, right? They're not going to show up and be mad at each other right away or whatever, but I think it's just a little bit of a deeper thing. Not that he's like been behaved. It's more just kind of the way that he seems to have everybody in the locker room laughing, the way he can, within a possession, put other people in front of himself. Even there are times where I'm like, Jimmy, you've got a good shot right there. Like he'll get to the rim and he'll pass it back out. Why? Because he knows that on a night like last night, the threes were falling. They were falling. And if guys are hot, keep letting them put it up because that's worth 3. That's better than 2. 3 is more than 2.
Right.
Let's go to Josh on 580. Hi, Josh. Thanks for calling.
What's up, fellas? Happy Friday.
Yeah, to you too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, I mean, I was at the game yesterday, and it was so fantastic to watch how many just layups on layups on layups they're getting, and that to me is the epitome of Warrior basketball. And, you know, my word for what I'm most impressed with is development. Because the reason why this season is going the way it is Moody and Kaminga, in my opinion. Those guys, you need long, active, athletic wings who can shoot the ball and get to the bucket. And those are our top 2 draft picks right over the last 4 years that we've been banking on, and people, why aren't they playing? What are we doing? These guys have finally stepped into their own this year, and they're the reason why we really, really do have a chance. Because either of those guys can get you 20 points on a given night, and they can play lockdown defense. Moody is really, really impressing me, and JK too. And then development on the other standpoint of just the team. I'm watching a completely different team than we watched at the beginning of the season. Kerr has really decided to kind of get back to what they were able to do when they were winning championships, is run the system. The Warriors run plays. I watch a lot of other teams pick and roll, pass it around. The Warriors actually run plays, and they're able to do it now, and they're getting layup after layup after layup, and that's why I think people are so excited because the offense is looking easy. It's not looking like a labor to score points. They're getting buckets and a good shot and a good look almost every time down the floor. So I love the development of the young guys and the development of the team in general. You know, Dubs all the way. Let's go.
Yeah, okay. Josh, I get it. I love that he brings up Moses Moody. In typical Moses fashion, he even when he's kind of getting featured, it still sort of just feels like it fades to the background. Like he's just not that kind of player that pops off the TV screen. But, man, that's 4 consecutive games in double-digit scoring for him. If you want to spotlight down to the last 2 games, he's averaging 18.5 points a night. The three-point shot is now starting to fall. He's had multiple threes in 4 straight games. Like, I know everyone's been just dying for him to get his chance. It's finally here, and my God, is he stepping into it. It's fantastic for him.
And he won't lose his chance now, and he almost played 30 minutes, and, you know, Kuminga played 20, and I do think that those minutes are more than what most of us would have thought he would have played, and those minutes will go up, and Guy Santos still managed to get 18 minutes. I know a few of those were toward the end of the game where it was already kind of decided, but you see the rotation now starting to really form, and when Pods comes back, I don't think that he's going to take Moses' minutes or, you know, Kuminga's minutes. That might come from GP2 or Buddy Hield, depending on who's playing well, but you start to think about a team that really is super deep, and depending on how guys are playing and the way Moses is playing right now, forget the 3, which, you know, 4 of 6 yesterday, which is terrific, but he's making the smart play on both ends of the floor, and then when he's open, he's knocking it down.
Let's go to Christian in Fairfield next up. Hi, Christian. Thanks for calling Willard and Dibs.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Good.
Well, I called, the first caller kind of touched what I wanted to call because I've been impressed with Jimmy's leadership, how he's been taking the guy after practice and working with him. Last night in the post game, when they asked him about Kaminga, what he said about the defense with him and Draymond, and he was like, it's 3 of us. Well, then it's really 2.5. And the reporter asked him what he meant. And he was like, well, Draymond's defensive player of the year and Kaminga's a freak. Like, you know, I'm just whatever. So he's showing humility and growth, and I think that's big. And last night, that looked like a championship team. It looked like a team where 2 guys that played college went to the 24-hour fitness with their friends, and they let their friends go do all the work, and if we needed something, give me the ball. You know what I'm saying? And let's go home and never put our name on the board. So I think we're a matchup problem with Kaminga playing like that for a lot of teams out there.
Christian, I think it's a fair point. Absolutely. I mean, that like I've expressed so many questions about what this is going to look like for Kaminga, his ability to handle it, how the Warriors would inject him into this whole thing. And obviously we're only 20 minutes into this project, but I don't know how it could have gone any better. I don't know how it could have gone any better. And I keep referencing that it's not just about what he did on the court, is what he said after. And a few people have texted in and said, hey, I didn't get to hear what he said after, so I want to make sure we play it for you. Check this out. Here's Jonathan talking about how he didn't want to mess anything up.
Just me being out there, it was a lot. Just thinking of when I come back, I don't want to mess things up. I don't want to be the one, you know, I don't want to do this, that, and that. It's just that being nervous until you go out there and then you see how everything is very easier. I got back out there for the first time, and it looks way different than when you watch outside, than what you think when you come back, you're not going to be able to do this and that because things going this way, but it kind of helped me to just go out there and just be in a good position, and I'll get whatever I want. And it's even easier. It makes my life easier. But I feel like so far everything has been going well, and that's the reason why we've been winning a lot.
And here's what he said about playing with Jimmy Butler for the first time.
I think the game kind of just slowed down more, and the more it slowed down, the more it's a lot of open space to just go out there and just get things easier. And I feel like just having Jimmy and the way everybody playing, it makes everybody's life easier.
I love what I saw from him.
Oh, yeah.
I love what I saw from him, and I love maybe even more what I heard from him after the game. Like, that first comment shows vulnerability when he's just like, I didn't want to mess this up.
Right.
What an ultimate team thing to say. And really ingratiate yourself to your teammates. That's another thing that I don't know if I want to give Jimmy all the credit for this. I mean, the culture of the Warriors is set first and foremost by Steph Curry. But it's not always easy to blend big egos and big talent in one room. So, and we've watched it around the league a lot. Look at the Suns. They got a bunch of 1A players. It doesn't work. But so for Jimmy Butler to come here and fit in the way he has and the culture that Steph has set, and for Jonathan now to be accepting the leadership he is and showing that kind of vulnerability, to me is wonderful growth. Wonderful, wonderful growth. And when you combine it with attacking the basket the way that he did last night, that was as good as it could have gone.
And just to hear him talk about slowing down and letting the game come to him, and you watched last night, and that's the way it looked to me. Every time that he was out there on the offensive end, he wasn't forcing things, and he took 10 shots, and all 10 were pretty good shots, and he wasn't out of control. He wasn't trying to do him or trying to do too much. He was letting the offensive flow come to him. When he didn't have the ball, he would cut to the rim, and he had a bunch of easy shots, and he missed his only 3, but it was a nice, good look at the end of a shot clock. And so the idea of just slowing down and letting the game come to him, and I do think that he is very well aware of the pecking order, and what he was when he got hurt was a much more needed offensive scorer. Like, here, you get the ball, now you got to go out there and you have to do it. And now you don't have to do that. And most of his minutes were out there with Jimmy Butler.
He was having a blast.
Yeah.
That's what I like. He was smiling. He was having a blast out there. And he looked like somebody who had been waiting for that day for a long time, and that's probably exactly what was happening. And so, again, I just don't think it could have gone any better. Happy birthday, Chef. Today is his 37th birthday, and we're going to let you, the audience here at 95.7 The Game, work our way to your favorite Steph moment of all time. We have got 8 Steph Curry moments that have been formed into a bracket to celebrate Selection Sunday and Steph's birthday, all at the same time. So let's unveil them, and then it will be on you to go to your favorite social media platform. Lucas, where will this be? Will this be on Twitter, YouTube, anywhere else?
Twitter at 957 The Game.
Okay. So head to Twitter at 957 The Game.
And the bracket's already posted, so you can see the full bracket.
The brackets are there, so you can place your votes. We'll do that for about an hour or so, and then we'll be down to our Final Four. We'll do that for an hour or so, and we'll be down to our championship matchup. We'll do that for 45 minutes to an hour or so, and then we're going to unveil the winner, okay? So here they are. I want to save the number 1 seed for the end.
Okay.
So let's start with the 4-5 matchup. This is, I think people are going to be surprised that this is the 4 seed.
Right.
The 4 seed is Steph's game-tying 2015 shot against the New Orleans Pelicans.
Chance to tie it here for Golden State. Curry's got it. And Curry will let it go for 3. Comes up short. Offensive rebound. Curry again. And Curry hits a 3. Tie game. 2.8. Evans. And too strong. And we have overtime in New Orleans.
Which forever will be BS because how that was not a foul.
Right, Bobby Fitz was saying that yesterday.
Never, ever know. Steph ended up in the second row. How that wasn't a foul, I have no idea, but an unbelievable 3.
Well, back then it wasn't a foul. Nowadays it's a flagrant. We'd have to go to the monitor. We'd have to see whether or not Anthony Davis intentionally landed underneath him. But yeah, Steph Curry shoots it, and he has a 7-footer, full eyebrows, askance, and everything else, just maul him into the second row. But, man, that shot was unbelievable.
That'll be head-to-head with the 5 seed, which is the Game 6 dagger against Houston in 2019.
Now as Draymond goes away, forcing Gordon to go with him. Curry behind the back twice, leans, fades, fires. It's up and good! A 3-ball for Curry! Amazing!
Okay, that's Tim Roy, who will be on the show in 20 minutes. And that is your 4-5 matchup.
Tough one.
In the Steph bracket.
Yeah.
Okay, 3-6 matchup. Here's the 6 seed. This is a Game 5 dagger over apparently the Steph stopper, Matthew Dellavedova, against Cleveland in 2015.
Curry gets a screen, dribbles on Dellavedova, backs up, gets doubled, now goes behind the back left hand, crossovers, fades and fires. Oh my goodness! Curry with another 3! The Warriors have a 10-point lead with 2:43 to go. Curry's got 30. And he high-fives the fans on the near sideline before he heads back over to the Warriors bench for the timeout.
Now that's going to be going up against the 3 seed, and this is going to be a tough one to beat.
Yep.
It's the only one that's not one shot. This is the 3 seed, Game 4, Boston.
Curry gets Horford. Curry fires. Heat check 3. Confirmed. It's good for Curry. Off a screen by Looney. Curry fires away. The 3 ball's good. Top of the key with White making contact. Yep. It's a 1-point game. The Warriors are not going away.
He's getting double teamed.
Yep. Screen by Payton the second. Curry launches. Got fouled. He hits it anyway and nails the 3 to tie the game.
This guy is blistering hot right now.
Got fouled by Tatum. There was no call. Back to Curry. Pump fake. Fly by 3 ball. Got it. Oh my goodness. He's got 33. Draymond looks for a wing. Nobody moving. Curry back cuts on White. Takes the jumper. Got it. Curry for 3. Warriors have doubled their advantage. A 10-0 run of the Celtics one time. And the Golden State Warriors have recaptured home court in the NBA Finals with a stirring 107-97 win here at TD Garden. 43 points for Stephen Curry.
You know that I've told you this many times. I brought my sons to Chase Center and watched that game.
Oh, that's right.
In
The watch
Chase
party.
Center
Watch party Willard.
Yeah. Just one of my favorite experiences ever watching a Warrior basketball.
Pretty fun, especially watching it on TV with 12,000 other people or whatever the crowd was. A little bit of an unfair matchup because that game turned out to be the one that swung the whole title run their way. But yeah, great 4 highlights, 4 good highlights, 2 great matchups, and more to come.
Absolutely more to come. We will let you know, since the voting is underway, though, the 2-7 matchup, the 7 seed, the 3/4 court shot against Memphis, Game 6, 2015. The 2 seed is the Golden Dagger from the Olympics. Okay? And then the 1-8 matchup, the 8 seed, Steph breaks the all-time threes record at Madison Square Garden. That's your 8 seed. And I bet a lot of you know what the 1 seed is. Double bang.
Ooh.
Oklahoma City.
Okay.
So those are the matchups. We'll play a lot of those throughout the day. You can vote on that at 95.7 The Game on Twitter right now and whittle it down to the final 4 over the next hour or so. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're here for your phone calls. We'll continue to take them, 888-957-9570. But coming up next, I want to go back to that text that I received. We asked in Vegas, how many Western Conference opponents would the Warriors be underdogs against in round 1? You will be blown away by the answer we got. That's coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs.
Curry one-on-one. He loses the ball. Deflected away. Picked up by Moody. Back to Curry. Pump fake. Fly by. 3-ball on the way. Number 4,000 for Stephen Curry. The undisputed author of the three-point rule book and the three-point record book has added another chapter to his tome.
Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, birthday boy.
Yeah.
37 years old today.
37. Man, he's a baby. 30. Seriously, like 37, he's an athlete, and so we all, 37, man, he's near the end. But yeah, 37, I can't even remember when I was 37, Coach.
Oh, I can.
Well, I can.
It feels like a long time ago, though.
There's a couple things I can remember about it.
That's usually how I make myself not feel old. Is like, for instance, it was 2 months ago I turned 50.
It's been 2 months?
A month and a half.
Okay.
Well, yeah, like late January. No, yeah, a month and a half. So anyway, you turn 50, and you're like, damn, like, is this going to be over soon? Like, are we out? And then you go, okay, between 50 and 60, those 10 years, go backward. How long ago does 40 feel like? Oh, very, very, very long.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's how I trick myself into going, oh, dude, we got all kinds of time.
You do.
We got all kinds of time.
Yeah. I mean, it's awesome to think that, and that's the only way you can approach it. And then, you hear about Junior Bridgman, who died yesterday, Milwaukee Bucks legend, who apparently turned into a billionaire after his playing days, but he died at 71, and I'm sitting here at 56, and I remember Junior Bridgman and Sidney Moncrief on those Bucks teams in the 70s. My brother Mike was a big fan of Sidney Moncrief, so to hear about Junior Bridgman dying at 71, and then you realize 71, that's not that, and then you start doing the math on yourself, and then it starts to then you're short of breath, and now I got to pull over,
Stay thankful for every day in that process.
Of course.
Stay thankful for every day.
But when you hear about like John Feinstein, and he's 67, and Junior Bridgman 71, and you start to hear these numbers that used to be like, oh, that dude's old, and now you're like, well, maybe not so much. And Steph at 37, and this is now year 16 for him in the association. And I mean, 16 years ago, I was already more than 37. That's for sure.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were.
It just hits you a different way.
Oh, of course it does. And we're hitting you with all of these top Steph moments. Go to 95.7 The Game's Twitter feed and vote. We're working our way from the top 8 seeds down to the final 4. The Steph bracket happens today right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. All right. Before Tim Roy joins us in about 8 minutes,
okay,
I got to throw this at you because this is going to get you. And I want to unveil a complete inequity with regard to the Golden State Warriors and Vegas. So check this out. I just went over to check on the current odds to win the NBA championship. And how many teams do you think are currently ahead of the Warriors in odds to win it all? Like, how many teams do you think there are?
Probably 6.
Yeah. Crazy, right? Check this out. The answer's 4.
Only 4?
4.
And they're tied with, I'm sure, 1 or 2 others.
No, they're not.
They're not? They're
not.
5th.
They are 50 units away from being 3rd. I'm not even joking you. The Thunder are the favorites, and then narrowly right behind them are the Boston Celtics.
Okay.
Then you go to plus 550 where you'll find the Cavs and the Lakers.
The Cavs and the Lakers?
At plus 550.
The Cavs don't lose.
Correct.
And yet, we don't put respect on their name.
This is the inequity I'm talking about. It's the LeBron and Steph inequity. It means that the world wants to bet on LeBron and Steph. What are the Lakers doing even with the Cavs? That's banana land. And the Warriors are right behind them at plus 600. The Nuggets are plus 1,100. That is an inequity, especially when I tell you this. So Dibs and I sent a team text to my buddy John Avello, who basically is the top odds maker over at DraftKings.
He's not an odds maker. He's the odds maker.
Mama, there goes that man.
When he says something, the other shops, the other books respond to what he sets, the way I read it.
So I keep hearing people go, I'm going to be disappointed if they don't go on a run now. And I keep going, damn it, emotionally, I'm with you. But mathematically, I'm not. How can you say that when you're a half game out of the play-in tournament?
Yeah.
And that's the reality. No matter how well they're playing right now, that's the reality. So I wanted to know what Vegas actually thinks as far as this quote-unquote likelihood of a run. Because I'm thinking to myself, how can you call it likely if they're literally underdogs in the first round? If this all started today, you're on the road to Denver. You think you're winning that series? Maybe. But like you're not favored to. So we hit him with this text. And we did. We wrote it together. Hey, Johnny.
That was you. You're friends.
Quick question.
I would have gone with Mr. Avello, but go ahead.
I could have really been a friend and been like, hey, bleep.
Jay-Bird. Yeah.
Hey, how many Western Conference teams would the Warriors be underdogs against in round one? And then I wrote, obviously OKC, and probably Denver. Anyone else? Are you ready for what he sent back to? What do you think he sent back to me? What do you think he sent back to me?
Well, based on your shocked response and the fact that you've teased this now repeatedly, I think he probably responded to you with, they'd be favored against anybody except OKC.
The exact opposite is true.
Wait, what?
He listed no less than 4 more teams
than OKC.
Correct.
Against whom they'd be underdog.
The Warriors would be underdogs against Oklahoma City and Denver and the Lakers and the Grizzlies.
Oh, boy.
And the Rockets and the Timberwolves.
Wow. Okay.
Who are currently behind them in the standings. Vegas is telling you that in a head-to-head matchup in round one, the Warriors are 7th. They're 7th in terms of their likelihood of winning that series. Now, look, these are just gambling odds. They don't decide basketball games. You're a Warrior fan. You're absolutely in the right to be like, odds schmods. Who cares? We got Steph. And you're right. But I have a hard time doing this. I'm expecting them to make a run. Right now, they are set up to be dogs in the first round. Against anyone.
Against 6 other teams.
Against anyone that they may play in round one.
And that's interesting. It's interesting in 2 fronts. One, because I know that the money follows Steph and LeBron, as you said. The other piece of it is what I've been saying about the math. And I go to Basketball Reference a lot because they do numbers and stats. And right now, the Minnesota Timberwolves have a 33% chance of being the 6, and the Warriors have a 24% chance of being the 6.
Yep.
So
the T-Wolves are phenomenal right now.
Right, and they have the T-Wolves estimated at 48.4 wins and the Warriors at 47.2. So according to just the math, and forget the eye test and the Jimmy factor and JK is back and all the rest of it, but the math is telling you that the Lakers will be 5 and Minnesota will be 6 and the Warriors would be 7, which would mean the Warriors would play Denver. And they have Memphis and Houston both at about 51 wins. And so that's just what the math is telling us from Basketball Reference. And so I get what Johnny Avello is saying about the odds of it. And I wonder about if they are an underdog against Memphis or Houston, like how big of an underdog?
He said very narrow. Those two, because that's what I go, Memphis and Houston? He goes, it's very narrow. But right now they'd be underdogs.
Interesting, yeah.
Against Houston? You got to be kidding me.
Well, I mean,
that's crazy to me. That's wild.
It's eye-opening to me. It's not super crazy or wild because they would have the home court advantage. And, you know, the Warriors actually have been pretty good on the road this year. And historically, they have been a team that has been able to do good things in the playoffs on the road. So I'm not totally stunned, but I guess I'm surprised at how many teams he listed as favored over them. He listed 6 teams as favored over the Warriors.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah. Including one that is currently behind them.
Yeah, right.
Let's talk to Tim Roy, okay? Voice of the Dubs, who called a lot of these great Steph moments as we celebrate his birthday. We'll get back to your calls, 888-957-9570. But Tim Roy is going to join us next. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, a 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types welcome, just like listeners. This is Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, which, as you know, is my bank.
Kuminga driving on Monk, goes hard, left-hand finish up to the rim. He scores. Jonathan Kuminga gets that first bucket back. That's got to feel good. Kuminga down the lane on Ellis, powers his way in. Little bully ball to the rim with the right hand.
Love to see that from him. Smaller player on you, take him to the rim.
And he didn't hurry. Took his time. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your picks.
Well, again, it's March. I have no problem with it.
Let's go.
But, Lucas, if you play that thing on April 1st, it will be a joke, just like that whole day. Because not after March. I do not like your picks after March.
All right. Well, I mean, that's Final Four time, and, you know, I could still be running hot, as I am right now.
You are.
Although I liked Quinnipiac, and they're down 9 early, but we might just live bet that thing now.
Yeah, just relax. It's early. It's early.
The beauty of this time of year is being able to live bet.
I mean, ask Tim Roy. This guy, and I know he was off that week, but he knows darn well that the Warriors were down by 22 in the first quarter against Brooklyn, who won that game. So it's early. Let's talk to our friend Tim Roy. River Island's guest line. Tim Roy joins us here on Willard and Dibs. The man who on radio has gotten to author all of these Steph shots. 37th birthday, 4,000 threes. You've probably been asked 4,000 times, but how do you put the experience that you've had calling all of this into words?
It's really hard to put into words because, you know, it's once in a lifetime stuff, and he's changed the way the game is played. You know, when I first got to the NBA, we were getting into the 90s, and that was a slug it out, you know, banging around down at the block kind of game, and it just went overboard that way, and so we had to make a course correction. And then Steph comes, you know, in 2009, and, you know, about 3 years later starts to change the way we look at the game. And the skill level in the game is at a great place, and Steph is the reason why. I mean, the shots that he puts in that, you know, before you would have called him a gunner, and he would have been taken out of the lineup right away by a coach. And now coaches don't even blink when their guys take shots near the logo. And so, you know, to have that kind of an impact and to do it at the level that he has done, I mean, it's an amazing thing to watch, and I'm just blessed to have had, you know, the front row seat to all of that. And take some heart there, Dibs. A little side note for you on Quinnipiac. When I was a kid, my brother and I used to go drive down. They had this great high school tournament at their gym. They call it the Q House. And I actually saw a big kid from Long Island play that night. His name is Tim Kempton, who played in the NBA for a while, and is now a friend of mine who is the radio analyst of the Phoenix Suns. So there you go.
Phenomenal Quinnipiac knowledge. And as you know, Tim, they're the number 1 seed in the Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference as we all get ready for 21 conference finals tomorrow.
That's not the MAC. That's a MAC.
Exactly.
Yeah,
which, you know, and
return to the MAC.
Right, with the GOAT is the official mascot of the conference, Tim, as you well know. I was doing the homework, Tim, and Steph Curry has scored 48% of his points on three-pointers. So is it fair or unfair to just label him as a quote-unquote shooter?
No, it's very unfair because, you know, it's not just the shots. It's how he gets to the shot. He's probably one of he's one of the best off-the-ball players we've ever seen. And nobody and he doesn't get enough credit for this, for the conditioning that he has. So he can run the whole game and get open off of screens. And how many times have we seen him, you know, relocate for a three, or relocation three? And because he never stops moving. And the defense, it's hard to play defense on a guy always moving for 24 seconds. And so he does a lot of things extremely well to get his shots. He does the one thing, you know, you always tell young players, kids, you know, if you want to get open, set a screen for somebody. And Steph sets a lot of screens for a point guard. He does that, and also the fact that his ball handling skills are elite. And nobody talks about that too much. But that ball handling ability also allows him to get to a three-point shot. And how many times we see him and he makes a move in traffic that that only, 2 or 3 guys who have played the game would have ever tried something like that. And so it's very unfair to call him just a shooter because he is an elite ball handler, and in terms of the way he's able to dribble in traffic and set himself up for a shot. And if not the best, then he's one of the top 2 or 3 guys I think ever to play off the ball in the league.
Tim Roy joining us, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, on a week that comes to a close with all kinds of Warrior optimism. Tim, what was your take on what you saw from Jonathan Kuminga last night?
I thought for 99.9% of the night he was really under control. He was not forcing anything. Let the game come to him, and he looked very calm, if you will. And I'm not saying he was calm and just kind of walking through it, but calm in terms of reading the game, understanding where he needed to be. And so I was really impressed with what he did last night. And that's hard to do because, I asked Tom Tolbert about this on the broadcast last night on your flagship station, 95.7 The Game, I said, is he anxious, do you think? He goes, yeah, anytime you come back after an injury, you're going to have a little nerves. And I thought he did a good job of keeping those in check. And I think it's great because really, other than maybe the Mavericks getting Anthony Davis back, which they may not do or not do, depending on what's going on with their team. But is there going to be a bigger impact player or a better player coming back to a team at this stage of the game? I mean, that's a great add-on. It's like adding another player off a buyout at this point, and so that's a great add for Golden State.
And when you look at the way he kind of flowed last night, and you mentioned it, the patience that he was showing, he wasn't pressing. Do you think that that's something that will be largely sustainable, just him being able to play in much more of a relaxed sort of not pressing manner?
Oh, yeah, because I think that's right before he got hurt. I thought those 4 games before he got injured were the 4 best games he had ever played, just simply because of that. It was almost like, the covering was coming off the court for him, and all of a sudden it started to make sense to him, where he needed to be, how to make a pass to set up a play, to set up another pass. And so I really thought the game was coming to him at that point. So, yeah, I think he can sustain this. And I think also having yet another playmaker around him, he's got Steph, he's got Draymond, now he's got Jimmy Butler, another playmaker, that's going to make his life a lot easier.
Tim, I wonder how you'd answer it if a fan, because we get this all day, a fan came up to you right now and said, man, I'm expecting the Warriors to go on a run. I'd be disappointed if they didn't. But at the same time, they're a half game out of the play-in tournament right now. Like, what is your thought on the likelihood of playoff magic?
I think it's just a matter of getting to that playoff series. And I think that Steph and Draymond, and when they had Klay Thompson, those guys were always built for a 7-game series. They were always built that way because they're players that learn and adjust as a series goes on. And so the play-in's not designed for that. The play-in, you gotta make your adjustments on the fly, get it done right now, and that's hard to do. And I think that's kind of bit Golden State in the past. So I think if they can get to a playoff series, other than Oklahoma City, is there a team in the West that, if as a Warrior fan or someone who covers the Warriors, would you be scared of? And my answer would, OKC is scary because they're so deep, and the Warriors haven't played them, with both of their bigs on the floor, able to play at the same time. And so that's a little bit of a different animal when they have those guys. And I think that they're a scary team, but the Warriors, they've lost a lot of games to Denver. But how many games would you look at where you'd say that, hey, the Warriors should have won that game against Denver? Probably that 3 or 4 in the last 2 or 3 years. And then Memphis, I think they though John Morant's an outstanding player, Memphis is not a terrifying team to me if I'm Golden State. So I think if they can get to the playoffs, I think that's where their experience will kick in. The fact that you have rest after every game is a huge advantage for a team that has older players. And so, I think they can make a run. I really do. I think this is not a mirage.
And you look at the future of it, and part of that is going to be dealing with the rotation, because when Pods comes back, and now you've got Kaminga, who's ramping up his minutes, and he got 20 last night, and he's likely to get more in the future. Where do you think these minutes are drawn from? Who is going to be the one who has to suffer when Pods gets back to full health?
Well, I think when Pods gets back, I think the combinations move around a little bit. I think, you won't see probably more than likely, I think maybe a guy like Pat Spencer won't get the kind of time he's had in certain games, certain matchups. Guy Santos might be a player whose minutes get crunched a little bit by Kuminga. But I don't think that's going to be a problem as much as people think, because of the fact that the Warriors like to play 10 guys anyway. And so I think you'll see different combinations out there, but I don't think you're going to see one or two players completely, iced out of a rotation.
Tim Roy with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. And again, we're celebrating Steph's birthday, so and we're doing it with a bracket. You got to weigh in, and you can answer it either based on what you think of Steph or just your call. But what is your favorite Steph moment?
Wow. I think, these are hard to do because, again, Steve Kerr likes to remind us all the time, this is all about winning, right? It's not about, the moves and the trades, whatever. It's about winning. To me, I thought the two games I thought that are two of my favorite moments were Game 4 in Boston. You're down 2-1. You have to win that game. You don't want to go down 3-1 to a team that, has the talent level they have. And, he just put the team on his back and carried them to a win. And I'm not saying that, nobody else played well. There were a lot of guys who played well that night, but he had to come through with a big game, and he did. And then the Game 7 up in Sacramento. I mean, you get 50 in a Game 7 in a winner-go-home game. I mean, that's unbelievable, and that's a game for the ages. I think those are great moments. I love the moment at the Garden when he broke the record for the number of threes in a career. I thought it was great that he did it in a building that has so much basketball history, that he did it in front of Ray Allen and some other great shooters, including his head coach. So that's one great moment, I think. I think there's a whole bunch of them for me, but the ones that involve winning, I think, are the best ones.
Okay, so Game 4 in Boston, you say, huh?
Curry gets Horford. Curry fires. Heat check three. Confirmed. It's good for Curry. Off a screen by Looney. Curry fires away. The three ball's good. Top of the key with White making contact. Yep. It's a 1-point game. The Warriors are not going away.
He's getting double teamed.
Yep. Screen by Payton the second. Curry launches. Got fouled. He hits it anyway and nails the three to tie the game.
This guy is blistering hot right now.
Got fouled by Tatum. There was no call. Back to Curry. Pump fake. Fly by three ball. Got it. Oh, my goodness. He's got 33. Draymond looks for a wing. Nobody moving. Curry back cuts on White. Takes the jumper. Got it. Curry for three. Warriors have doubled their advantage. A 10-0 run of the Celtics one time. And the Golden State Warriors have recaptured home court in the NBA Finals with a stirring 107-97 win here at TD Garden. 43 points for Stephen Curry.
Tim, what'd you think of the broadcaster in that montage?
Tell him to stop yelling.
Okay.
It's okay.
Right.
Yeah, let Jim Barnett let JB have a chance to get in there, Tim, for crying out loud.
JB had room that night. He had room.
No doubt.
He told us a 3-on-2 turns into a 2-on-1. I know he's
true. That's a true statement.
If you handle it right, Tim,
If you handle it right, that's
you get
right.
to the foul line, and it's a good old-fashioned jump stop and a bounce pass, and away we go,
He was at the game last night, and I think we all should kind of step back every now and then and just remind ourselves how much teaching he did of the game for, Dub Nation. He did a great job of that.
No doubt, and I can't help but think about you every time I hear you do the broadcast, and usually I'm on my way home, and we go around the association, and I love it, and I just think about the lean years and all those years that you did, and, you and Tommy and you and Jim Barnett and just everything that you've sat through, and now we're looking at maybe a third surge toward greatness. You had the first little dynasty, and then you had the surprise of 2022. Are you getting some of the similar feels this year, like maybe something special could be afoot?
I think so, just because of the vibe around the team and the fact that they're winning games where they don't play, they don't have a great game, but they win games, like Brooklyn. They didn't play well in that game, but they won it. So, there's a definite vibe around there, and that's why I think the return of Kaminga is very exciting. Gives them a little more size, certainly gives them more athleticism, a player that they don't have, that kind of player. And so, there's a definite vibe around this team that is really confident. They go into games now expecting to win games and not hoping to win games, and that's a big, big difference. And so, yeah, I don't see, even with this tough 3-game stretch they're about to start, including tomorrow against the Knicks, I think they're confident going into these games.
Tim, great stuff, and thanks for your piece of the puzzle in all of this, man.
Well, you know what? I'm just blessed to have this job, and even in the lean years, as Dan mentioned, there was always passion. There was always passion from the fan base, and having this job and watching the dynasty is probably it's the most memorable professional moments of my life, and I'm just so lucky to do it.
Tim, we love listening to it. Same thing for this conversation. Thank you so much.
Have yourself a great weekend.
You as well. There he goes, everybody. It's Tim Roye, the voice of the Dubs, right here on Willard and Dibs. And that means also one of the many voices of all of these Steph Curry shots that we're celebrating here today on his 37th birthday.
Yeah, incredible. And the bracket is out. Go to Twitter and 957 The Game, our account, and I'm sure you can weigh in on YouTube as well. We're taking your calls, 888-957-9570, as we get down to the greatest Steph Curry moment of all time, which it's almost impossible to do, but on this day of days, his 37th birthday, we'll give it a try.
Yep, and we do have at least one very, very close vote. So get over to 95.7 The Game's Twitter feed, and over the next, let's say, why don't we do that until, about 4 o'clock maybe, or even now, about just 3:45.
Sounds good.
So the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to gather the winners here of the quarterfinals. And it's the 4-5 game is the Houston Dagger in 2019 against the corner 3 against the Pelicans. The 6-3 matchup, game 4 against Boston a few years ago versus the Matthew Dellavedova Dagger. The 2-7 matchup is the Golden Dagger versus the 3-quarter court shot in Memphis. And then the 1-8 matchup, the 3-point record breaker at MSG, just referenced by Tim Roye, by the way, against our 1 seed, which is the Double Bang in Oklahoma City. So vote on those, and we'll whittle it down to a final 4. We'll get back to the phones. But before we do that, want to mention that there was just moments ago another big signing in NFL free agency. Cooper Kupp, next year, will play for the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, boy.
He stays in the division and essentially replaces DK Metcalf or Tyler Lockett, however you want to look at it. But it's a 3-year deal worth approximately $45 million. Cooper Kupp stays in the division. And remember, he's a UW guy, so he's going back home. Many did look at or not a UW guy, he's a smaller university, but in Washington, Eastern Washington.
Yep.
Not UW, but EW. But anyway, Kupp is going back home up to the Pacific Northwest, which I know had been reported was something he really wanted to do.
Okay, well, good on you. And now I guess we go back to rooting against him unless we have him on our fantasy team in the upcoming season. But that's one of those signings that you were hoping wouldn't happen. I do think he still has a lot left. And so now he goes to a team that was really in need of a wide receiver. And so he goes there, and good for Cooper. And it's a little bit of a homecoming, although I don't know. You've been to Washington a bunch, and I know you were in Boise for a long time. But to go from Seattle to Eastern Washington, that's a tough trip by car.
Yep.
You got to go through a couple of different mountain ranges, and then you get out and you're like, are we in Kansas now?
$45 million, he can afford a driver.
He can, or a small private plane, but it's not as simple as like going from even San Francisco to Tahoe, It's a little similar because you do have a lot of mountains to deal with, but it's a lot more of a tough trip to get out to the Spokane area.
Probably a little bit of a painful signing for Rams fans, all 8 of them, because Kupp was a favorite. To see him go to a division rival probably does not sit too well with that group. Let's get back to the phones. Kevin Lake Merritt. Hey, Kevin, thanks for calling.
Shout out.
Kevin!
Kev!
Yeah, that's going to be a no from us, dog.
Yeah, it's a good effort, Kev.
Yeah. I heard us on there.
Yeah, we sounded good.
I didn't hear any Kevin.
Yeah, I did my own picks for our bracket, and I have 3 of the favorites advancing and 1 underdog.
Oh, who's your underdog? One of my favorite apps, by the way.
I like the double bang, the 1-8 against the 3-point record breaker at MSG. I went double bang just because that's become such an iconic call that we all talk about how many times Mike Breen does a call with a bang in it. I've got the 3 against New Orleans over the Game 6 dagger against Houston, just because of the iconic nature of the foul and the big nature of the shot. I've got Game 4 against Boston over the dagger against Cleveland. Just that singular game was so incredible. But my upset is the 3-quarter court shot against Memphis over the golden dagger in the first round.
I voted the exact same way.
Oh, how funny. We didn't compare our notes.
Not at all. But I was like, one of those is for the Warriors, so I like that better.
Well, and also the golden dagger, and apologies to Noah Eagle and his unbelievable call, but it was the 3 threes before that was really the big shot, because that game, and I've watched it back now like 4 or 5 different times, that thing was slipping away now. And Steph hit a 3 and then another 3 and another 3 before the golden dagger. The golden dagger was only that. Like, that put him up 9 with like 38 seconds left.
It put the game away, but it was it was already a probable victory.
And the fact that Noah Eagle called it the way he did makes it a special moment. But for me, it was the previous 3s that were bigger. So in this moment, I took the 3-quarter court shot because, I mean, Steph Curry from 70, it never gets old.
Okay. Game 6 Memphis. That's the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
2015?
Yep.
This one right here?
Jeff Green dribbles up the floor, doubled, pass blocked away. Curry has it, throws it up from the backcourt. Good if it goes! It went in! It went in! A 3-quarter shot by Curry for 3 at the buzzer. Oh my goodness! Steph Curry threw it in.
Stop booing. It was on time, and it was wonderful.
It's good if it goes. I love when Tim Roy gets into growl mode. That's when you know it's a big thing.
Sometimes that's all you got.
No doubt.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll get back to your calls. And line it up right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. We asked you off the top of the show to fill in this blank. With regard to the Warriors, of course. I'm pretty impressed by blank. Fill that in. Dibs went with cohesiveness. I went with Kaminga and DUNLEVY, by the way, who I think has just had an absolute masterclass as far as the start to his tenure as general manager. But we'll take your calls on that right now. I'm pretty impressed by blank. Fill that in. Call us up, 888-957-9570. Plus, we move on to the Final Four in the Steph bracket. It's all next on Willard and Dibs.
He hits his 4,000th three-pointer last night.
Pump fake, fly-by 3 ball on the way. Number 4,000 for Stephen Curry.
And today, we celebrate his birthday.
Just wanted to say happy birthday to you. We know, man. We know, appreciate it, fellas.
Steph Curry, we aren't worthy.
The Chef!
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, the Chef!
From Dub Nation and all of us at 95.7 The Game, happy birthday.
Hey, it's Willard.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
What the hell are you doing? What is this, Lucas? What is this?
This is Jonathan in San Francisco.
Do you remember he did a Brita commercial? Do you remember that?
A what commercial?
A Brita commercial.
This was a couple years ago.
Brita?
Yeah, like the water
thing,
bottle.
The water filter?
Yeah, this is about 6 years ago, but yeah, more than a couple. Really? Oh, yeah. Last name Curry. Likeness blurry. Curry. Steph. Curry.
These less blurry. I like that line.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
One more time. Right. First name Stephen, last name Curry.
It's less blurry. Okay. All right. Does it ever end, or is that just on a loop?
Oh, I looped it. It was like a 15-second commercial, and I looped it.
Does that not give you Jonathan in San Francisco vibes?
It absolutely does, okay. And he's such a musical genius. Came into my life, everything is less blurry. Yeah, I got it.
Curry. Steph.
It's like being a 10-year-old again, where you learn lyrics, like you listen to something twice, and you're like, I got it. I don't know what. Have you had the same experience?
Yes.
What is it about being a teenager? You can listen to a song, and I mean lyrics, not ones like that are on loop.
First name Stephen, last name Curry. He just putted it down. It's still playing in there.
Into my life, and now everything is less blurry. Yeah, I got it. But as a teenager, you listen to a song twice. Like, I'll do this with Jude. He'll be like, give me your phone. And we're like driving to school, and he'll pull something up, and I'm like, when do you learn this stuff? Oh, he's like, I listened to it last night. How many times? 3. I've got the whole song.
Cold.
I can't, it doesn't work anymore.
No, at all. I walk out of here every night, and I have to stop outside the building and think, did I take part today? Or was that yesterday? And I think,
dude, where's my car?
I think I drove today. We'll see. I'll walk to the garage and hope. When I walk in the garage, it's like, oh, there's my car. Thank God.
I mean, that's the end of me. That's going to be in my head now for the entire weekend.
First name Stephen, last name Curry.
Came into my life and everything is less blurry.
Right.
What? Oh,
it works. Yep.
It's less blurry. Yep. What does he say there? Does he call him Dury? No, listen. No.
Steph, Curry, Steph.
Steph, Curry, Dury, Curry, Steph.
There's no D.
There was a D.
There's no D.
Yeah, there is, dude.
Warriors got Butler, Kuminga's not in a hurry. Yep. Uh-huh.
See? Curry, Dury, Curry. Whatever, dude. If you get the crap out of your ears. But anyway.
It'll still be running back here, so you can just ask for it whenever.
Yeah. Curry, Murray, furry. Curry, Murray, furry. Steph, Curry.
I wouldn't do this on a Friday. You're going to lose me now.
Well, it's early. I usually wait until 5 before I try to break you down.
Stop.
We have to go to a Tim Roy replay.
The Curry, Dury, Curry, Flurry, Blurry, Curry song.
How about that 4-5 matchup?
How about that 4-5 matchup? 4-5 matchup. By the way, wrap those things. Dude, we got to go to the Final Four. It's almost 4 o'clock. We got to go.
Well, we can call it.
Call it. I'm calling it right now.
It's over?
It's over. We have our first round quarterfinal winners on the 95.7 The Game Twitter feed in the Steph bracket. In the 3 versus 6 matchup, Game 4 Boston Finals 2022 versus the dagger against Cleveland and Matthew Dellavedova. The winner is
Curry gets Horford. Curry fires. Heat check three. Confirmed. It's good for Curry. Off a screen by Looney. Curry fires away. The three ball's good. Top of the key with White making contact. Yep. It's a 1-point game. The Warriors are not going away.
He's getting double teamed.
Yep. Screen by Payton the second. Curry launches. Got fouled. He hits it anyway and nails the three to tie the game.
This guy is blistering hot right now.
Got fouled by Tatum. There was no call. Back to Curry. Pump fake. Fly by three ball. Got it. Oh my goodness. He's got 33. Draymond looks for a wing. Nobody moving. Curry back cuts on White. Takes the jumper. Got it. Curry for three. Warriors have doubled their advantage. A 10-0 run on the Celtics one time. And the Golden State Warriors have recaptured home court in the NBA Finals with a stirring 107-97 win here at TD Garden. 43 points for Stephen Curry.
Oh, there it is. He came into my life and everything was less blurry. That right there was the Curry flurry. Game 4 Boston. I want to read this text from my friend Jay. He just sent this to me. I think Game 4 is my favorite. Boston had all the momentum. And when he hit that second three and they called time and he went on to taunt that hostile Boston crowd. And I agree completely. Like, there's nothing for me that will replace, as far as a full game, Game 4 against Boston 3 years ago. But just for all of you to let you know what we're doing today, our special Steph bracket to celebrate his 37th birthday, we have come up with what we think are his 8 greatest moments of all time. And we have put them in bracket form on the 95.7 The Game Twitter feed, and we now have a final 4. And it's pretty chalky. It's pretty chalky.
Straight chalk?
Yeah, that was the 3 seed, Game 4, Boston. That moves on. So does the Golden Dagger, which was the 2 seed.
Durant, back to Curry, dancing on Batum, over the double team. Oh! It's a Golden Dagger! Night. Curry, unconscious in the fourth. Davis with a rebound. Up ahead for Booker. Exclamation point.
He's a bad boy. Night.
8 threes for Curry. He has sent the French crowd into a frenzy they will never forget.
There it is. That, of course, is Noah Eagle.
Yep.
We had his dad on and had some fun with that just a week ago. But the 2 seed Golden Dagger is moving on as well. Dibs, there was one close vote.
Okay.
There was a close one. And as you'd expect, the 4 versus the 5. There was the Dagger against Houston in 2019 against the 4 seed, the corner 3 against New Orleans, which was back in 2015. Narrowly, the 4 seed moves on.
Chance to tie it here for Golden State. Curry's got it. And Curry will let it go for 3, comes up short. Offensive rebound. Curry again. And Curry hits a 3. Tie game. 2.8. Evans. And too strong. And we have overtime in New Orleans.
Boom, there it is.
Yeah.
I mean, probably from a degree of difficulty standpoint, other than the ones that he throws the full court, that had to be the hardest one.
Yes, and you hear the crowd in the background, the vociferous chants of defense. The Warriors had won the first 2 games in that series, and if you're New Orleans, this is the time.
That's it.
And you win this game, and you're back in the series, and there's a miss and an offensive rebound, and Steph does what Tim Roy described so perfectly. It's a relocation sensation. I wish he would have done it. I'll do it, Tim. I'll pay the buck, but he immediately scampers to the corner. Quick pass, catch and shoot. Before the ball was even in his hands, he shot it. And, oh, by the way, he wound up with 40 in that game on 10 of 29. And that shot, he gets fouled, no call, forces overtime. They win, up 3-0 in the series, night. They sweep New Orleans and go on to win the title.
The 1 seed moves on as well.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
All right, that from Mike Breen. And so those are your 4 finalists moving on. But, look, we want to have some fun with this. Give us a call. What's your favorite anything Steph-related ever? 888-957-9570. The guy is celebrating his 37th birthday. We're literally having a bracket challenge based on all the things he's delivered. And oh, by the way, his 37th birthday comes a day after he hits his 4,000th three in the NBA and is at the center of one of the most unbelievable team rebirths I think I've ever seen, to the point where a lot of Warrior fans are now expecting them to move on and make noise in the playoffs, even though they sit right now as the 6th seed, only a half game ahead of the 7th seed. Like, this is still going. That's what's incredible about it the most. This is still all the way turned up at a high level.
And he turned 37 today, and he still is the centerpiece of whatever this will be and whatever this has been. And I think about the 4 moments that have advanced, and I'm thinking about that Game 4 finals, which is a 3 seed going up against the Golden Dagger. It's going to be a tough semifinal matchup, but you think about that Boston series and the way it unfolded and the way they lost Game 3, which was the FU Draymond game.
Yes.
When the crowd got to him, Draymond was completely ineffective. The crowd took the Warriors out of their game. Draymond was a non-factor actually in both of those games, and if it wasn't for Steph Curry putting the cape on in Game 4 to win back home court advantage, they don't win that series if they go down 3-1. And I think with some of us, we forget like what Game 3 was. Game 3 was the Boston crowd getting to Draymond and the entire Warrior team.
They overwhelmed them.
They did.
Yeah, they totally overwhelmed them. The world thought Boston kind of solidified a championship that night. Their fans, we know this from Bonte and Joe being out there, their fans were squawking because Boston fans are already very arrogant, but come off of a game where it literally felt, as you're detailing, like the fans had an effect on the game.
Yep.
They squawked around town for 2 days thinking that thing was over and that they're planning the parade. They're planning the parade.
No doubt.
And I will never forget watching that game, as I mentioned, with my sons at Chase Center, the watch party there, but the constant stress, and is a very odd experience because you would get to the breaks, right? You'd get to timeouts and quarter breaks and all that, and you sort of forget like what normally happens at a basketball game when that happens. It's like a dance team runs out,
sure,
or somebody comes out to shoot from half court to win a car, or
the lady on the unicycle flipping bowls.
Right, yes. They're like, somebody comes out with an air gun filled with T-shirts and starts firing them at you, and there's dancing and all. Well, not this time. I mean, the Warriors had a couple things going, but largely you were just there to sit with your feelings. And it was stressful, so stressful to sit there and be like, oh my God, are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? And over an almost 3-hour period, Steph was just relentless. He just never let them die. And he did it. And it changed the course of Warriors history and his.
Yeah, it gave him that extra one that kind of propels them into a different stratosphere, getting a 4th title and another one without KD. And that game was one where, and I remember watching it in the same fashion, where they just could never quite get a hold of it in the 3rd quarter, and then into the early 4th. They were trailing by 3, by 6, by 8. They would take a short lead, and then Boston would rally back, and then finally Steph kind of took that thing over in the 4th.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. I'm going to go to the phones in a second, but I think I need to read this text. This is a pretty good one. Lucas, get ready. This is from 916. Thank you for listening to our show and for engaging. We love that. Dibs in Vegas, it's going to get blurry when he calls in and his speech gets slurry.
That's a 4.
Curry, blurry, curry, durry. There, yeah. Less blurry. Yeah, drink too much and you're going to get slurry. So that's going to be, that's a preview of next Thursday's show.
Yeah, and I believe I called in last year in about the 5:30, 5:40 range, and that was kind of the forecast.
I'm told you called again at 8:15, not realizing that the show was long over.
I may have.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to be a part of Best Of because I was having the best time ever. I kind of cleaned up last year, and I know that doesn't always happen, but it's one of those years where everything kind of falls your way. The only thing that didn't go my way is Lucas Alexander, director of sports, blowing me off for a meetup, which I learned my lesson.
I get to see you every day here. I don't go to Vegas.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Go to Vegas to get away from you, dude.
Yeah, this is not like, we just don't do that to each other on vacation.
But when you say to a guy before the trip, yeah, I'll hit you up. Maybe we can meet up. And he says, yeah, do that.
I mean, have you ever lived in California or talked to another human being before?
I don't do it like that, Mark.
I'm going to try to stop by means I don't ever want to see you again.
I was born in the 60s, back when a handshake meant something, and eye contact was mandatory.
Is this going to be a Quaker Oats commercial? Like,
it could be.
What are we doing here?
First name Dibber, last name Claus. Okay? Thank you. Yeah.
Pause.
We're going to lose him.
Let's go to Kevin in Lake Merritt. And Super Bowler, try again. Hi, Kevin.
Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen. Got disconnected. I was a knockout contestant, too. Good job, Willard.
Oh, how'd you do, Kevin?
Like Sevy said, I miss, they make.
Yeah, so
and the person behind me.
You were one and done?
Yes, sir. One and done. I was a guru.
No, I tell you what. Oh, wow. Gosh, is that what we call it now?
Man.
He's not going to like that. It's well earned, but he's not going to like that. Is that what that's called, Kevin, when you go one and done? Is that a guru?
That's what I'm stamping. It's a guru. It's a guru.
Tough break. All right. Yeah, Kevin, what do you want to say about Steph?
I just had a unique experiences with Steph. I had the privilege, shout out San Francisco Pro-Am and John Greenberg. We were able to work the training camp for the last 20 years, so I kind of seen Steph from day one, and kind of say I've seen him make more than 3,000 shots in practice, and so it's been a very privilege to watch Steph from his rookie season to here 16 seasons, and I have a lot of unique stories because when you see players in practice, you know, it's a different thing. And I have like a unique thing right now, how the vibe. If I told you that Kerr's first practice ever, he threw him out of practice because they just dribble, and they wouldn't pass the ball, and Kerr wanted them to pass the ball side to side. You never thought they would win a championship. So that's a little unique thing that people didn't know, that Kerr's first practice, spring training practice, he threw him out of practice because they just dribbled the ball all the time. I thought that's a unique story.
Wait a minute, Kevin. You're saying when Steve Kerr got hired in his very first practice, he threw Curry out?
He threw the whole team out because all he did was dribble, and then Kerr kept on saying stats about how in college if the ball is passed side to side within the shot clock, the percentages are, and they didn't want to listen. So they kept dribble, and then Kerr stopped practice again and said, hey, guys, in the NBA, if you pass the ball X amount of times in the shot clock, you're going to have a higher percentage. Stop dribbling the ball. And they didn't do that, so he threw them all out of practice within about 7 or 8 minutes.
I love it.
His first practice.
I love it. Kevin, thank you very much.
I mean, fact or fiction, we can ask the coach.
We'll ask him. Yeah, Lucas, don't let us forget next week to ask Steve if that's a true story or not. I mean, that's one thing I do love about Steve Kerr, and he'll be the first one to admit it. You watch him talk, if you're blessed enough like we are to get to interview him every single week, there's a vibe that comes off of Steve Kerr, those little crinkles next to his eyes when he smiles. He's so kind to everybody that you're like, he's like the most mild-mannered, nice dude ever. My man has a streak in him.
Yeah.
He has, and he'll be the first one, a competitive streak, not a mean streak, but a fiery one. So that's believable to me. I mean, if you're coming in and you're trying to take a certain culture from one spot and move it up a little higher, that's believable to me. I can't wait to ask him and see what he says.
Right. I can't either. And it's believable, but it seems a little like out of the movies, like Storybook. And I think about Gene Hackman, rest in peace, in Hoosiers, where he comes in and he's the old school, hard-nosed guy, and we're going to do it my way or the highway, and, 5 passes before you shoot. How many passes? 5, or 4, or whatever the number is. But that's great for a movie. But to imagine an NBA coach coming in and, straight kicking the fellas out because they're not doing what he told.
You got to send a message sometimes.
Sure.
Even if it's risky, even if it doesn't even seem fair. I pulled that with one of my kids last week.
Oh, wow.
I did something wildly out of character and totally heartbreaking, and I'm not going to get into it, but I stuck to the guns to the point where there have been those around me who are like, dude, that was a little much.
Yeah.
But Starting to get a little starting to work a little bit.
The message was sent and received.
And received.
Yeah, that's the key.
And received. Yeah, and you have to do that stuff sometimes. And I can totally believe that Steve did that early, but we'll see. We'll check that.
Yeah, we'll find out.
That next
it
week.
does feel a little like an urban legend, and from that moment on, the team had buy-in, and then they won 67 games, and they won the title in Steve's first year, and it's all because he kicked the fellas out that day in the summer when, honestly, none of them wanted to be there anyway.
Yeah, exactly right. How about this, 925? Guys, I truly believe when it's all said and done, Steph will be the GOAT over LeBron when both careers are over. What do you think? Well, first thought is that's interesting that Michael's name didn't even get put in there. But I'm already on record. I said this 2 weeks ago, okay? With the way they're playing right now, this is so unbelievable. This is so unlikely. And as we still sit here today, despite all the optimism, we've already got it from the lead odds maker at DraftKings that the Warriors would still be first-round underdogs against 6 other Western Conference teams. Yes, 6. Even the Wolves, they would be underdogs against in round one. With all that said, if this were to happen, if they were to go win a 5th, I actually think it's an easy argument to make.
Yeah.
An easy argument to make. Again, it's never going to be definitive. You're never going to walk into the barbershop and just everybody agree. But I think you have a very rational, strong argument that Steph Curry is the best player of all time if they were to go win another one.
You can make the argument, and I would argue against it. It's not to say I'm anti-Steph, but to talk about him being the greatest of all time is something that I would not be prepared to even do if he wins a 5th title, because 5 titles, remarkable. And I don't include the fact that he's 6'2" or whatever we want to call him. I think he's listed at 6'3". That to me is just circumstance. It's not something that I look at and brandish it as a positive to him. It's not LeBron's fault that LeBron happens to be 6'8" and 235 of, sculpted humanity, and Michael Jordan happened to be the most athletic guy in the league at his time. Those are all just circumstances.
We are sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. We are celebrating Steph. We are celebrating the Warriors as well. 888-957-9570 is the number. Why don't we do this coming up next as well? I'd love to dip our toe in the water and hear from some of our listeners. Are you expecting the Warriors to go on a playoff run? Like, have you reached that point where now you would be disappointed if the Warriors did not win at least one playoff series, especially with the knowledge that they, at least right now, like they obviously can move up, but right now are not favored to do so. So are you expecting the Warriors to actually go on a run and win at least one playoff series? Let's talk that out a little bit. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
LifeSource Whole Home Water Systems filter water from every tap.
Great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
May need a stretch 4. Don't need a stretch 5 around these parts.
Not anymore.
Don't need one.
They got themselves a Great Dane out there who can shoot the 3.
Not only did Mike Dunleavy draft Quentin Post, but Mike Dunleavy also got on the phone with Chicago and talked to him ad nauseum about Nikola Vucevic. And then at a certain point went, hold on a second. I think we've already got Nikola Vucevic in the building. His name is Quentin Post. He is cheaper. He is younger. And he may be all we need out of that position. And he was right. I think about all the deals that we talked about, and I've got, like just the rest of us, I've got egg on my face for some, and then I'll take credit for others.
You and Grandy did 4 hours on Cam Johnson when I was off.
Cam Johnson.
It was a good show. I enjoyed it.
But it sounds ridiculous now.
C-A-M.
You know what? I mean, and Goo knows this because I've talked to him about it for 2 years. I've been trying to tell him for 2 years, stop caring about Zack LaVine. That is not a good basketball player, and it's a terrible contract.
Like, you watch him last night, and you go, the dude can score at any time from anywhere, but 30 and 52.
Right.
I mean, I don't think that he's a bad basketball player. He just doesn't play winning basketball.
He's not a difference maker, and he's
a bucket getter.
And he's signed up for like $90 million for 2 more years.
Yeah, there is that.
Yeah, like that was a hard no. But Cam Johnson, I was in. Vucevic, I was fine with. I never thought that was a linchpin. And certainly egg on the face for my initial reaction to the acquisition of Jimmy Butler.
Fair.
Like, I mean, my God, even those of you who loved the idea, this is absurd. So we'll get to that more in just a second.
Just a quick 10 seconds on Zack LaVine.
Yeah.
5 of 6, 4 of 4 from 3, 5 turnovers, minus 34 in your plus minus.
Wow.
I mean,
minus 34?
And 5 of 6. I thought he shot more and scored more than that. He basically didn't miss. He did turn it over 5 times, and whilst he was out there, they were a minus 34. Ladies and gentlemen, $42 million a year.
Zack LaVine.
There were long stretches of the game last night. I was there in NBD. Hold on.
Oh,
hold on, let me get that for myself.
There were long stretches that he was on the court for like 5 minutes at a time. I had no idea he was on the floor.
Yeah.
No clue.
By the way, you said 40.
That's fine.
And I know you're just throwing this out there.
I just guessed $42 million.
I think north. I really do.
Normally I'm
north.
so high. Is the boss still back there?
Average salary over the life of the deal is 43.
Oh.
But we've passed that.
Oh.
You acquire Zack LaVine this year, 44.5.
Huh.
Next year, 47.5.
Yeah.
And then a player option in 26-27 for $49 million.
Feels like he's going to opt in, Mark. And last night, for a team that, lost De'Aaron Fox and probably could use some scoring, he shot 6 times in 32 minutes. Could you care any less there, Z?
Yeah. So I'm glad the Warriors didn't do that, and I don't think they ever were going to do that. All right, it is Steph Curry's 37th birthday. So first things first, we are inviting you right now to go to 95.7 The Game's Twitter feed because that is where the voting is taking place. Our crack staff put together 8 of our favorite things that Steph Curry has ever done. Although I'd like to enter into the fray the Brita commercial that I just watched from years ago. That's my favorite Steph moment of all time. I don't know how I missed that. I've never seen that before. That commercial is legitimately hilarious.
It's hilarious.
The music's annoying, but if you watch it with the backdrop of the actual commercial, it's incredibly well done. It's hysterical. Anyway, whatever. So we already whittled our way from 8 to 4 because we're also celebrating the brackets, which are out on Sunday. And Dan Dibley likes nothing in life more. Am I right? Is there anything you like more than the brackets?
I would put it on my Rushmore. Masters Week is another thing that I get super excited for.
Okay, so Masters, brackets, what are the other two?
NFL playoffs. Because when you get, even like this year, the Niners weren't in it, and still that definitely gets the juices flowing.
Okay, and the last spot goes to?
It's tough. It would be a toss-up, but I'm just going to say this because I love animals riding other animals, but Derby Day.
Derby Day.
And it's actually 2 days because the day before the Derby, if you like horse racing, there are like 9 high-level stakes races, including the Kentucky Oaks, which is the female version of the Kentucky Derby. So, yeah, and I've been really into the horses the last couple of years, so I'm going to put that as my 4th entry on the Rushmore.
Now, I do want to remind you
it's nuanced.
What I just said was there's nothing in the world that you like more than brackets.
Oh, well, God,
I didn't say sports. Now, you gave us 4 sports things that apparently you like more than your family.
Yeah.
Okay.
All 3 kids.
Just own it.
All 3 kids. And the time. Just to see if the current or the former wife.
Is it possible that any of the wives are listening?
Any of the various wives. 425 on a Friday. I like my chances. Yes, Mark. I like the brackets more than what's his name, his brother, Little Poops a lot, and both the misses.
Yeah. Okay. I get it.
And if I did a bracket of the 8 things that I love the most, I don't think you're making it.
Oh. How many do you need to go to before I'm on there?
First 4 in.
Answer that.
I think you're in the first 4 out.
Right,
the last 4 out. Whatever.
I don't know, but I'm in Dayton playing on a Tuesday.
Exactly.
Anyway,
that's funny.
So we've got ourselves our final 4.
I love this,
and the votes are ongoing, and they're starting to trend a certain way now, and we're going to get ourselves down to the final 2 by 5 o'clock at the latest.
Okay.
We got to do it by 5 o'clock at the latest. So that means you got a half hour to get to our Twitter feed, 95.7 The Game, and vote. And the final 4 right now, the 2-3 matchup is the Golden Dagger versus Game 4 in Boston, and the 1-4 matchup is the double bang, Oklahoma City against the corner 3 in New Orleans, where he gets knocked into the stands. And I think that those are, dude, all 4 of them are iconic. So
completely,
yeah, this is going to be a fun vote. And we'll see where that goes. And then we'll whittle it down to 2. And at 5 o'clock, we'll start voting on those 2. And by 5:30, 5:45, we will unveil your favorite moment all time from Stephen Curry. Happy birthday, number 37.
Yeah, 37th birthday. And it's interesting when you look at just this last 4 that we have here, because you've got playoff game, finals game, Olympic gold medal, and just a regular season game in February.
Yep.
One that Draymond Green probably can't get up for. And the reason why it's on here is multifold. One, it was one of 12 threes in the game. Steph had 46, and they had to go to overtime to win. And it also was a bit of foreshadowing on what would come in the playoffs, where they came back from a 3-1 deficit.
Yes.
And the iconic call from Mike Breen with bang, bang. They got a timeout. They're not going to use it.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
You know what my favorite part is?
I get goosebumps every time.
It is the most brashly arrogant thing I have ever seen on a basketball court. And there's a lot of brashly arrogant things that happen. And I don't mean that in a negative connotation sort of a way. The Stones, the absolute maniacal craziness that it takes to play that play the way the Warriors did. You even hear Mike Breen say it. They've got a timeout. Well, not going to use it. I'll try to go get a shot. Well, how about this? How about if I take about a step across half court and think to myself, yeah, that's in my range. Pull up. As the ball's flying through the air, cameras flash over to the Oklahoma City bench, and bench players are sitting there covering their face because they literally are like, it's going to go in. He pulled up from 30, and everyone expected it to go in. And it did. And I'm pretty sure it's what launched the shimmy. I don't know if he had ever shimmied before, but that was the moment that sort of launched the Steph shimmy. And it's the most arrogant thing I've ever seen on a court.
And just Mike Breen's call is perfect. And they've got a timeout, and they're not going to use it. And Curry's going to let it fly, and the double bang. And, yeah, regular season game, you go to overtime and you win. And that moved their record to 53-5.
Oh, God.
53-5. They started the year 24-0 without Steve Kerr, who was recovering from the back surgery, and Luke Walton was the one who, commandeered that start. And it's like, oh, my God, you're coming off of a title, and now you're going to start 24-0. And, yeah, they went 73-9, and they fell short in the finals, and the rest is history. But in the double bang moment, February 27th, they win that game to go to 53-5, Mark.
Absolutely
bananas.
Absurd. Just absolutely absurd. So we've got that as the backdrop as we celebrate Steph's birthday. Go to the Twitter feed and vote, and we'll move our way toward your favorite moment toward the end of the show. But we also wanted to talk this out and take some calls on this. Are you in the camp of now expecting the Warriors to not just make the playoffs, but advance? You said this to me a week ago. You said, I will now be disappointed if they don't make a run in the playoffs. Our program director, Matt Hagian, comes up to me before the show, says the exact same thing. Lucas is sitting right next to him when he says it, raises his hand and goes, me too. I feel the exact same way. And I keep answering this every time by saying, it's not that I'm not with you. It's not that I don't think they can. I just am very hesitant to get to the place of expectation because of where they still sit. They still sit firmly in the 6th seed. The Wolves sit firmly right on their you-know-whats. The Wolves are playing tonight against Orlando. Guess what? The Wolves are going to win. And so they're going to have almost virtually the exact same record again at the end of the night. And they're coming. And then we text our friend at DraftKings to say that the Warriors will not only, if matched up in the first round, not only be underdogs against Oklahoma City and Denver, but he puts in the Lakers, Memphis, Houston, and Minnesota as well, and says all of them would be favored against the Warriors. I'm just I have a hard time getting to the spot where I'm expecting it. I'm hoping for it. Obviously, I believe in it. But, man, I still think that there's the possibility that what happened earlier in the year bites them, basically.
And what you mean by that
is
go
on the road.
Right. And they have to go on the road, and also they're going to have to exert all the way through game 82.
Totally. There's not going to be any room for let-up. There's no load management time on this team right now.
Yeah, but they did start 12-3, which gave them a certain amount of a cushion. Otherwise, they would be in a much tougher spot. And Grandy, I think, is the one who shared it before last night's game that since the 12-3 start, they were 25-25. So that includes the time with Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
And they were 25-25. Now they're 26-25 since that great start. And it's fair to say that. And you look at where they are, and they've got 16 games left to go. They probably won't win all 16, but 50 wins suddenly doesn't feel out of the question when you look at the schedule and the fact that they've only got, they have 3 more back-to-backs, 4 more back-to-backs, I think, which hasn't really haunted them much this year. So I'm of the mind where I would be disappointed because the way they're playing, and you think about how they've done since the All-Star break, and they're maybe the second best record in the association since the break, second only to Cleveland, a team that actually hasn't lost at all. So I do think that it's fair to make your expectations rise.
Let's go to Skills and Vallejo. Skills, love it when you call. What's going on?
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Willard and Dibs, good afternoon. I want to talk real quick. And first of all, to answer your question, I do think as long as our core 4 stays healthy, that's Kaminga, Curry, and Green, and Butler, as long as they stay healthy and happy, yeah, we will advance far in the playoffs. And I don't think there's any avoiding it at this point. You talk about last night's game, and you think about where the Warriors were against the team like Sacramento just early this season when Sacramento was playing without Fox and boat raced us by 30 points. And then you think about the second Sacramento game in which Golden State was leading by 17 points late in the third, blew that game, managed to lose that game, looked awful. And then you think about game 3 against Sacramento, where in between those 2 games, you make the changes of elevating, I blanked on his name, Moses Moody, elevating him into a bigger role. Quinn Post, you bring him up. give him a big role. And then you import Butler from the Miami Heat. You take those three things together, whole new team. You're facing the Sacramento. You boat race them by 30 points in that third game. Then you have last night's game. You have Curry making history. You have Steve Kerr on the cusp of making history. And you have Draymond Green scoring your first 6 points and making running floaters, neither of which I've ever seen before in my whole career. This team has everything working for it right now. You have Kaminga coming back from a horrible ankle injury that kept him out for over 2 months. He's rock solid. I was watching him, guys. He was pivoting in every direction on that ankle, left, right, up, down.
He looked so good. Yeah, Skills, he looked so good last night. Yeah, keep cooking.
Oh, I'm pretty much at the end of my call. I just want to point that out, and that if they could win by beat Sacramento as badly as they did, with only getting a quiet 11 points from Steph Curry, that'll be scary for the rest of the Western Conference.
I couldn't agree more, except for one word that you use, Skills, and thank you very much. He said it's pretty much inevitable at this point, and that's where I draw the line. That's where I draw the line. Steph Curry was asked by Steiny and Goo earlier this week, what would stop you from advancing in the playoffs? And I loved his answer. The first thing he looked at them and said was, there's a lot of other good teams.
Right.
So it's not inevitable. I understand where we've been as a group. When we see the Warriors play great basketball led by Steph Curry, we're programmed. We're programmed to think, well, I know where that goes. That goes to the end. Because that's this Warrior group. They've been a dynasty. They are greatness personified. They know how to do things in the playoffs that other teams don't. They're going to have an experience advantage. These are all true statements. But this is also a different group. This is a group. Steph is turning 37 today. And if he ends up going against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Anthony Edwards in the playoffs, sure. Experience advantage, check. Athleticism advantage, no check.
No.
Like those are very, very good basketball teams.
They are, but the playoffs are different, and things do slow down a little bit, and possessions become tougher to come by. So I do think that having the veterans will help as far as pace of play goes, and also you get a Golden State team that if they get a top 6 seed, they're going to have a week to rest and recoup before game 1, which absolutely helps them. I'm not saying it's inevitable or a slam dunk or anything like that, but we talked about it about 2 months ago or even 6 weeks before the deadline. Like, just get into a series, get in the play-in,
for sure.
Win a couple of games, get a series, and then all bets are off. But now, when you've seen what they've done since Jimmy Butler came, and that means they've lost only 2 games, one of which he didn't play, and now you're sitting on a 6-game win streak, and you've won 11 of 12, and you are cooking with gas. So I do think that I look at what this team has been and what they've become, and Kaminga coming back, and I'm starting to think big.
Yeah, I get it. There's no reason not to dream. I just don't want to use the word expect.
Right, or inevitable.
Yeah,
exactly.
or inevitable, because we also need to see kind of how the cookie crumbles. Like right now, we're fully in that mode. 16 games to go with the Warriors. Do they get to the 5? Do they get to the 4? If those things happen, then you're right, let's boogie. But very, very quickly, Minnesota, who has not lost in 2 weeks, and I don't think is going to lose tonight either. Minnesota can jump you. If you trip and fall, Denver, Milwaukee, New York, all coming here in the next 6 days, 5 days, 4 days, hell. If you trip up in there, you very easily on Wednesday morning you're back in the 7 hole. Like that's very, very possible. And if LeBron gets healthy and the Lakers get back on track, like that's a completely different animal to me. And I don't think that that's out of the realm of possibility. My optimism could not be higher. I just don't want to use the word expectation.
I get that. And you look at Minnesota, they've got Orlando, as you mentioned, and they've got Utah. And over the next 4 games, they've got 2 Indianas and 2 New Orleans. And they've got New Orleans both in not back-to-back days, but back-to-back games at home.
In Minnesota, yeah.
Yeah, you look at that next 6 games, and you think, if I'm a Minnesota fan, I'm looking at those 6 and thinking 5-1 is very possible. Like Orlando and Utah at home, Indiana's a tough game, and you have them at home and on the road, and then a couple against New Orleans. You feel like you should be able to stack wins. They've won 6 in a row. The Warriors have won 6 in a row. So the schedule, at least in the next week and a half, definitely favors Minnesota.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what's that's what's shown in those numbers that you keep saying, which is that right now Minnesota, by math and by odds, has a better chance at the 6th seed than the Warriors do. I mean, I wonder if Warrior fans, like, what if we said it to you that way? Do you know that if you visited with a mathematician, which does not sound like a whole lot of fun, but my dad was a math teacher, so it's okay. If you had dinner with a mathematician right now, and you said, "Hey, mathematician, what seed do you think the Warriors are going to get?" Because that Warrior fan right now is like, "We're cooking. We're coming for the 5, and then we're coming for the 4." Hey, mathematician, what do you think we're going to get? 7. 7.
Yeah.
7. Mathematician says play-in tournament. There you go.
Okay, nerd.
Well, and you get the Clippers, too.
Fine. Say he's a nerd, but that doesn't make him wrong. Probably makes him your boss.
Hashtag watch the games.
I mean, but are you watching the other games,
That's
Luke?
right.
Are you watching that, Luke? Did you watch Minnesota dismantle the Nuggets in Denver 48 hours ago?
I did.
Dismantled them. That team scares the hell out of me. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. They scare the hell out of me.
Yeah, and the mathematician would tell you that they have a 33% chance, Minnesota does, of being the 6, followed by the Warriors at 24, the Lakers at 21. So the math is telling you that Minnesota will finish with 1.2 more wins than the Warriors. I know that's impossible, but the math is saying Minnesota wins 48 and change, the Warriors win 47 and change, the Clippers win 45, and so the Warriors would host the Clippers in that 7-8 play-in.
In a one-game situation, and if you lose it, then you are playing Sacramento or Dallas or Phoenix or whatever for your lives.
And for the right to play OKC.
And OKC.
Yep.
Like you are 48 minutes away from OKC.
Yeah,
I don't think
nothing.
Or nothing. I don't think they would lose to Sacramento or Dallas at home in a play-in situation. But, like, as I sit here right now, yuck. Play-in tournament, yuck. I want no part of it. But it absolutely remains a possibility. Don't the Rockets play tonight as well? I think the Rockets play tonight as well. Yeah, they're hosting Dallas. The Rockets are going to win again tonight too.
Okay, there you go.
So, a lot of work to do, dude. A lot
Sure.
of work
You
to
just got to
do.
keep winning.
Yeah,
you know.
exactly, which ain't easy. New York, Denver, Milwaukee. Boom, boom, boom. Next 3 nights. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Let's keep hearing your favorite Steph moments of all time. We're celebrating his 37th birthday and whittling our way down to 2. And we're closing in real quick here. Within the next 15 minutes, we will be down to the final 2 and set up a Twitter vote to head to the final 1. But we'll also keep taking your calls. Is that where your head is at? Are you now disappointed if the Warriors don't advance at least 1 round in the playoffs? 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Abundant Life weight loss and my own personal experience, which is I lost 25 pounds in the first couple of months, and the weight has stayed off because of this great program. You too can find out the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with Abundant Life weight loss. You don't have to worry about exercising or counting points or calories, and no prepackaged meals. It's a good, solid plan that works, and if you follow it, you will get results. All you need to do to get started is give them a call for a free consultation. The number is 925-854-5140. That's 925-854-5140. When you hear about this, tell them that Dibs is the one who told you, and just make the call. You have a conversation, and you may find out exactly what you need to hear to get your weight loss journey started. Many people lose between 20 and 30 pounds the first month or 2, and you can do the exact same thing. All you have to do to get started is make the phone call, 925-854-5140, or go online to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
He hits his 4,000th three-pointer last night.
Pump fake, fly-by 3 ball on the way. Number 4,000 for Steph Curry.
And today, we celebrate his birthday.
Just wanted to say happy birthday to you. We know man. We know appreciate it, fellas.
Steph Curry, we aren't worthy.
The Chef!
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, the Chef!
From Dub Nation and all of us at 95.7 The Game, happy birthday.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
BMO presents a totally natural conversation between friends.
Danny, did I tell you I switched to BMO Business Banking? You did? Yes, because BMO understands every business has unique banking needs. Of course they do. So their expert bankers tailor their advice to my needs, whether it's finding the right cash flow tools or business accounts. You could say, BMO knows my business. Does BMO know this sounds like a commercial? It doesn't.
It does, because it is. Learn more at bmo.com/businessbanking.
BMO.
Banking products are subject to approval and are provided in the United States by BMO Bank N.A., member FDIC.
We're here with Ed from UA Local 38. Ed, tell us about your experiences as a UA Local 38 member.
Hi, my name is Ed. I'm a service department foreman for Priebus Engineering. I joined Local 38 because of the benefits. It was something that appealed to me at the time, with my children being 3 and 1. The health benefits, which include vision, dental, are among the best in the Bay Area. They offer great programs for kids. The scholarships are amazing. What I appreciate about the training at Local 38 is that when you come in, you don't have to know anything. All the training that you need to work out in the field is going to come through the training that they offer. And it's a 5-year program. By the time you turn out, you're going to be ready to go for any situation that you see out in the world. Working in a service department is a little different than most construction job sites. We come across different aspects of plumbing and heating. No 2 days are alike. You get to meet interesting people. If you're interested, you can find out more by visiting ualocal38.org or calling 415-626.
Curry one-on-one. He loses the ball, deflected away, picked up by Moody, back to Curry. Pump fake, fly by, 3 ball on the way. Number 4,000 for Stephen Curry, the undisputed author of the three-point rule book and the three-point record book, has added another chapter to his tome.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Steph, we all misspeak sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just doesn't, doesn't come out the way that you meant it to. It happens to all of us. It's okay, Chef.
The chef.
Happy birthday. There's nothing better than listening to what I have no choice but to call a googasm. I'm sorry.
Oh.
It is.
What do you mean?
Whenever Steph Curry sits down face-to-face with Steiny and Goo, Steiny will ask questions, and Guru will grin ear to ear and literally scream at a high pitch no matter what he says or does. He could just be like, Steiny, I don't want to answer the question. And Guru would be like, the chef! I don't know what else to call it. It's a googasm.
It's pretty awesome. It's awesome.
Luke, do you have... what do you mean you don't have it? You've been playing them all day. The rejoin with Steph. He says it twice. The chef!
In the promo.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Yeah. Boy, he's in there flying solo.
Yeah, little Luke is in there like...
Grandy doing some family stuff, which is cool.
Yeah, like good family stuff, though. I don't want anybody to be worried about him.
Yeah.
But also, does anybody... it's 4:51. So I just want to say to everybody listening, you know what your office looks like at 4:51 on a Friday?
Yep.
Same here. So I got you, Luke. Luke is literally, are you cleaning the restrooms in between commercial breaks? What are you not doing right now? There are no other human beings in this building other than the three of us.
Mm. Yeah, and Chewy Gomez, he just brought us pizza, actually.
Oh, he did?
Maybe I shouldn't have told you guys that.
Where is it?
It's right outside.
Dude, you tell us that?
I should say he brought me pizza. I don't know if he brought you guys.
You tell us that as we start a 40-minute radio segment? Oh, wait, 50-minute radio segment?
Yeah, it might not be much pizza by the time the end of this segment.
Better go get some for us now. Be our producer now.
Well, the way this show works is, you and I have a conversation, and normally you'll do a 90-second to 2-minute piece, so I can run out and grab a slice, but when it gets kicked over to me, you got about 21 seconds before I'm out of things to say.
I could do it in 21 seconds.
I know you can.
That was only 13, though.
And I've seen you work when pizza's in the building.
Do you have a really good take that you want to get off right now?
It depends on what the subject is, yeah.
Make it anything you want it to be. It's Friday at 5 o'clock. Who the hell cares what we say?
Well, then...
what do you got?
I got thoughts on North Texas, Mark.
Let's give us some bracketology. Ready? Go.
All right. Well, when it comes to the bracket, and I don't want to be too specific yet, my friends, because the bracket's not out, but one thing that we all are really attached to is you want to find the Cinderella. You want to find that one team that's going to shock the nation, surprise everyone, and win you your pool. But what you need to remember is this. The small conference champions, they don't traditionally do that well in the first round. And in fact, last year, as mentioned, they went 5-20 in the first round. And I'm talking about every conference that isn't the Big Six. And so when you're looking at Cinderellas, you're better suited thinking about a team like NC State last year. Thank you, brother. NC State, a big conference team that was not highly regarded, but they turned out to be the Cinderella. So steer clear of your small conference teams and look for the undervalued big boys in the Big Six conferences. Thank you.
I thought that was a great take.
Thank you.
That was a really good take.
I've never seen you move that fast.
Well, I would have been here quicker if I wasn't such a jerk.
You're a gentleman. No, because you brought me a slice on trip number 2.
Right, but it should have been one trip, and it wasn't until I got back in here until I realized, wow, that was really jerking me that I only brought one for me.
Yeah.
So I went back out.
I appreciate it.
So boy, that was like the longest take that you've ever had on this show.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
Can I go home now?
You can.
Awesome.
Have a slice.
Unfortunately, your caller is blocking me in right now, so.
See? That's a googasm. So I'm sorry. What else should I call that? Like, listen to him. He can't. It doesn't matter what Steph says. Yeah.
My favorite is the wind-up, too, because you hear him like, the chef!
The chef!
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, the chef! It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I hope that doesn't offend anybody. But,
no.
Guru, are you listening? I'm sorry. That's what it is.
Well, I've told Guru this many, many times. The Goo is our Steph Curry. He's our star. And I mean, he's the one who moves the needle, and he's the one who is representative of all listeners. He was a listener, and then he became a contest winner, a weekend guy, and now he's an absolute fixture. So much like Steph's Cinderella story, the Goose is very similar.
The chef!
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, the chef!
The chef!
Yeah! Oh, it's the best. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. Dibs, at 5 o'clock, exactly at 5 o'clock, the voting ends on the Final Four. And for those of you just joining us, if you're just wrapping up your work day and your work week, congratulations. Welcome to the weekend. But on the 95.7 The Game Twitter feed, we're celebrating Steph's 37th birthday by having you vote on his most iconic moments. And we came up with our 8 favorites and made a little mini bracket tournament out of it to commemorate the brackets that are coming out on Sunday. We whittled it down to a Final Four at 4 o'clock, and we're going to whittle it down to a Final 2 here at 5 o'clock. So right now, the 2 versus 3 matchup is the Golden Dagger versus Game 4 at Boston. I will tell you right now, that one is still in doubt. However, it appears Game 4 in Boston might be on its way. As far as the 1-4 matchup, you go vote if you want, but you're wasting time.
Really?
The double bang in Oklahoma City is blowing out the corner 3 in New Orleans. Blowing it out.
Like 85-15?
Keep going.
90-10?
Keep going.
92-8?
Exactly.
Whoa.
92% of you have voted on this.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
All right, so that is going to go in as a prohibitive favorite, no question about it. But we'll see. We'll see, because if it does indeed go up against Game 4 in Boston, I could see some people having some different feelings about that. Because if we do hot spotlight just those 2, I mean, if you are just talking about a shot, then yes, the one in Oklahoma City is so memorable for the reasons you just laid out. But as far as importance to what we're all doing here, which is championships and the surprise nature of 2022, I can see someone making a pretty damn good case for Game 4 in Boston.
Absolutely, and especially against the backdrop of what we discussed, which is Game 3 went really badly, and Draymond Green was shook, and the Warriors were getting harassed by the Boston crowd, to put it nicely, and they were going down 2-1, and it felt like Boston was the better team and that Boston had control of the series. And then Game 4 was just a back-and-forth affair, and it never felt like the Warriors had complete control of it until you got deep into that fourth quarter, where the defense actually was a big part of it. And Andrew Wiggins, a name that we don't say a lot, and I know he's up here on the screen.
Yeah, we're watching him on NBA TV right now.
Yeah, we're hoping he does well for the Heat.
Let's go.
Some of us more than others.
Well,
and, Andrew, in that series and in that game, he was such a huge part of what they did in the fourth quarter to turn that thing around.
No question about it. Yeah, that's why Andrew Wiggins will never be forgotten here. I don't care about the fact that they were trying to give him away. I don't care about all those games he missed because who knows why. I just don't care about any of those things. Andrew Wiggins was a massive piece of an incredibly special year, and for me, he'll be remembered forever for that, no matter where he goes and what he does the rest of the way.
Curry in that Game 6, 14 of 26 from the floor, 7 of 14 from 3.
Jeez.
He had 43 points, and, the second half is really when that game kind of swung. They were down 5 at the half, and Curry wound up with 24 in the second half on 5 of 6 shooting from 3. Wiggins was a plus 19. Curry was a plus 18. Kevon Looney, plus 21 in that second half alone as the Warriors snatch momentum in Game 4.
Woo, unbelievable. All right. So glad you're with us. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're talking about Warrior basketball. It's been an incredible run, obviously, since the Jimmy Butler trade. But last night felt like another plateau to me. And we started off the show by saying this, and I don't want this to get lost as people, again, you get back in your cars for 5 o'clock, you're heading home, let's talk this out a little bit. Jonathan Kuminga was incredible. He was absolutely incredible last night. And as the king of the questions about the situation, I'll take that label. The questions all got answered. They all got answered. Now, that does not mean, okay, we're done here, because he only played 20 minutes. Is this headed for 28 minutes? Is it headed for 32 minutes? Is it headed for 20 points a game? Is it more of a complimentary role? That's for all of them to figure out. But my concern, and that's even probably too big of a word, but the questions that I had with regard to Jonathan were much more about Jonathan than they were about the Warriors. I know he's a good basketball player, and I know the Warriors are a really good basketball team. What I didn't know is, how's Jonathan going to handle these 3 mental hurdles? Mental hurdle number 1, you're coming off major injury. Mental hurdle number 2, the team has won almost all the games lately without me. And mental hurdle number 3, I have a contract situation coming. Those are all really big. And I thought he went out there, he only played 20 minutes, he scored 18 points, he was comfortable, he was smiling the entire time, had a blast, and then said this after the game.
Just me being out there, it was a lot. Just thinking of when I come back, I don't want to mess things up. I don't want to be the one, I don't want to do this, that, and that. It's just that being nervous until you go out there and then you see how everything is very easier. I got back out there for the first time, and it looks way different than when you watch outside, than what you think when you come back. You're not going to be able to do this and that because things going this way, but it kind of helped me to just go out there and just be in a good position, and I'll get whatever I want. And it's even easier. It makes my life easier. But I feel like so far everything has been going well, and that's the reason why we've been winning a lot.
I was thrilled to see the joy with which he played, the success that he had, and then that was what he wanted to say after the game, which is that I was nervous, not about the contract. I was nervous about messing this up.
Yeah.
That felt like Jonathan just being like, don't forget, I'm a Warrior. That's what matters to me more than any of this other stuff that we all think about.
And then what he says at the end, just talking about Jimmy Butler, and that's why we've been winning, and he makes everything easier for me. And he's speaking about, joining a team with another guy out there who is a calming force and a connector and all the rest of it. And so for Kaminga to come back after 10 weeks, and he's been obviously watching very closely and at practice and seeing what Jimmy Butler does and, figuring out how he's going to fit in, and just watching him last night on his 10 field goal attempts. And Tim Roy joined us earlier and said he was 99.9% under control. And I almost was going to ask him, what was that 0.01%? Because, and I don't know if it was just a cliche, but I was looking at all Jonathan's shots before the show, and they all were under control, and there were a couple of great cuts, a couple of good moves and layups and dunks, and the 1 3 that he missed was with 2 seconds on the clock, where
there was nothing
you
wrong
have
with
to
it
shoot it. It was an open look. And
it was within the flow. It wasn't a bad miss. Yeah.
He played completely under control, and it was made easier by the fact that the game was never really in much jeopardy, and so he could just go out and play freely and have a good time.
Well, now Sacramento was terrible defensively.
Yeah.
Terrible defensively. And so Jonathan got a lot of open space and was able to kind of break people down one-on-one, and last night was finishing at the rim very, very strongly. I heard the coach in Vallejo on my drive in today. Man, he was like, Steiny and Goo, you have a coworker who once upon a time said that Jonathan is not a great finisher. And I sat there in my car driving in. I knew who he was talking about, and he's like, you know, he goes, this is the guy with the hat that comes on.
I heard the same call.
I'm like, Coach.
And I'm like, I wear beanies. It couldn't be me. I don't wear hats.
Coach. He's not a great finisher yet.
Oh boy, here we go.
He's not.
If Lucas wasn't so busy, we could aggregate you.
No, let's go. Make it an aggregation sensation.
That's a buck.
Listen, I'm going to own the comment that I made, And I will absolutely tell you, he certainly was last night. He certainly was last night. I don't think I ever said that he can't be, but don't forget, you're playing a very poor defensive team that actually not only didn't have Sabonis, the rim protector that they do have, they benched him at halftime. Valanciunas never got back in the game. So Sacramento opted to go a certain way, and I think that really, really helped Kaminga, and that's wonderful. He deserves all the credit in the world for what he did last night. I want to see him continue to improve, but he has not at all times this year been a great finisher around the rim when he's breaking down a defender one-on-one. I understand the athletic skill set that he has to finish, but he has not spent the whole year being a great finisher around the rim, and part of a great finisher also is when rim protectors foul you, you go knock down north of 75% of your free throws, and he doesn't do that yet either.
Not 4 of 6 yesterday, so 66%.
Yeah, so which, I'm not saying he can't get there, but I don't think this is a crazy statement at all. There is room for Jonathan to grow.
Of course.
And I thought we saw clues of it last night, which is a big, big plus.
Just the fact that he came back in that manner is what made me so enthused because, we all talked about 17 games left to go and he's been out for 10 weeks and will he be pressing and will the contract be on his mind and all the rest of it. And he played with such an ease and such a relaxed sort of demeanor, and he really let the game come to him, and he was making great cuts to the basket and getting the ball to the inside and finishing near the rim. He had a couple of, in the mid-range, a couple of pull-ups, and just the way he was playing, it didn't feel like he was feeling any urgency or any of the pressures that all of us have tried to put on him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was very, very impressed by him. I didn't think it was as simple as just to say, wow, Jonathan played well. I was really impressed by the way he handled what I thought was a very challenging moment. And that's why I said earlier I was just as impressed with the stuff I heard him say in the locker room after the game as I was by his performance in the game. And it sort of led to us playing with this conversation off the top of the show. If we gave you this sentence, how would you fill in the blank? With the Warriors, I am very impressed by blank. And you can fill that in however you want. You use the word cohesiveness.
Right, and it's just because of the way the rotation now. We always want to talk about Steve Kerr's rotations. Well, last night they played 10 guys, and when Pods comes back, you're going to have 11. And I do think that there'll be a little bit of an uncomfortable conversation with somebody because you're not going to play 11 on the regular, but I look at what GP2 has done with inconsistent minutes and Kevon Looney with inconsistent minutes. Guy Santos has kind of forced his way into the party where you got to have Guy at least a little bit. And last night, great example, 17 and a half minutes. He was a plus 21. And I know plus minus is something that we all use to bolster our argument, but when you look at Guy Santos, when he plays, he tends to do a lot of really good things that don't always show up in the box score. And Buddy Hield, even through his slumps, it doesn't bother him. So I look at a team that has a lot of ball handling. You've got a good amount of shooting. You've got some specialized defenders. You've got some good rebounders. You've got a team that really looks like they understand their roles and they are willing to just play their role and help each other.
We are live on Twitter. I don't mean you and me. I mean our championship round.
Oh, the final matchup?
Steph Curry is turning 37 today. He met another milestone last night with his 4,000th three-pointer, plus Bracket Sunday is upon us. So to celebrate all of that at the same time, we put together the Steph bracket and put together what we thought were his 8 best moments of his career and let you, the listeners, whittle it down to 2. And we have arrived. And over the next 30 to 40 minutes, we will let you vote and decide what is Steph's greatest moment in his career. And the final entrants are the 1 seed and the 3 seed. Okay? We have our first upset, which is the fact that Game 4 in Boston in 2022 was the 3 seed, has defeated the Olympic Golden Dagger. So this is one of your finalists.
Curry gets Horford. Curry fires. Heat check three. Confirmed. It's good for Curry. Off a screen by Looney. Curry fires away. The three ball's good. Top of the key with White making contact. Yep. It's a 1-point game. The Warriors are not going away.
He's getting double teamed.
Yep. Screen by Payton the second. Curry launches. Got fouled. He hits it anyway and nails the three to tie the game.
This guy is blistering hot right now.
Got fouled by Tatum. There was no call. Back to Curry. Pump fake. Fly by three ball. Got it. Oh, my goodness. He's got 33. Draymond looks for a wing. Nobody moving. Curry back cuts on White. Takes the jumper. Got it. Curry for three. Warriors have doubled their advantage. A 10-0 run on the Celtics one time. And the Golden State Warriors have recaptured home court in the NBA Finals with a stirring 107-97 win here at TD Garden. 43 points for Stephen Curry.
There you go. That's a montage from our guys, Tim Roy, Jim Barnett, with the Game 4 2022 game in Boston. Curry finishes with 43 points, flips the series, takes home court back. Obviously, the Warriors never lost again and got Curry ring number 4. Now, it's going up against a very, very heavy favorite.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining.
All right, there it is. That's the double bang in Oklahoma City. And so those two will go to the final round. And you, the listeners, can head to 957 The Game's Twitter feed, at 957 The Game right now, and vote on which is your favorite moment, and we will unveil before we get out of here today.
It's pretty tough to choose between the two. You've got a regular season game with an iconic call from Mike Breen, the double bang. They went into overtime and they won it. 14 of 24 for Steph. He had 46. NBA Finals, 14 of 26. He had 43. And for me, the bigger game is obviously Game 4 in the NBA Finals because you're down 2-1. And Draymond had 2 points in that game, 1 of 7, which was about what he did in Game 3. He had back-to-back really, really rough games. Jordan Poole with a quiet 14 off the bench shouldn't be overlooked, but Steph Curry kind of willed that thing back to San Francisco, tied it 2 apiece. Yet the double bang it's iconic. The call, the shot, and obviously what it portended for the future. And that one did lift him to 53-5 on the year.
What would you vote for?
I would vote for the Game 4 in Boston.
Yeah, so did I.
It's hard because the Mike Breen call is perfection. Much like the Baron Davis over Kirilenko, the TV call of that is also perfection because, Hubie Brown, who is just now retiring, he's teaching basketball, and the game is a blowout, and then Mike Tirico, hello. And just, it's perfect on TV because Mike Tirico just loses it.
Right.
And Hubie, hello. Hubie's in the midst of talking about weak side defense or whatever. He's a teacher.
He's like, this is how you plug the rice cooker in and then use a little extra water. Hello.
Totally.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So for me, the double bang is perfection from a broadcasting standpoint and a great shot. Unbelievable moment, but... Yeah. Steph has hit 3,999 other threes in the regular season, but just the way the call was made and the moment, it stands out.
This is completely off the map, and this is self-serving, so I apologize, but I hate when I see stuff like this, when people get things confused on the radio. Do you remember on the crossover today when Steiny did What's Bugging You and did a whole thing about service dogs?
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, someone's texting in and saying, Willard, I did not like hearing that you don't like service dogs.
Oh, boy, Mark.
And please use some compassion instead towards service dogs. And then goes on and on our text line. 2 things. 1, that wasn't me. And 2, he was kidding.
It was a bit.
He was kidding.
And his bit was not about service dogs and how great they are. It's about his inability to pet them.
Right.
Because, and I get it, some of them even have signs like, I'm a service dog, don't pet me.
Right, don't touch me.
Yeah. And my thought is I don't want to touch you anyway.
Well, you're not
because I'm not a big dog guy.
Even though it's a dog, I'm not really big on going to touch other people's dogs unless there's a little bit of an invitation.
Correct.
I get it if you're sometimes we'll be at the dog park, somebody else's dog will come up and totally practically get on you.
Yeah.
Or jump on you or So, like, you give a little
give a couple of these,
touch the head a little bit.
Sure.
What's going on, little guy?
Right.
You know what I mean? But I'm not getting up all in someone else's dog the same way I'm not getting up into somebody else's baby when they're like cruising around in Safeway, see you in the aisles. People come over, start touching babies. Don't touch the baby. Like, that's somebody's baby. If you're invited, fine. If not, don't touch the baby.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm sure you've experienced this lately.
Yes, especially because my daughter is gorgeous, and so people want to. And she's 2.5 now, so she'll straight like run away. But when she was a baby, yeah, and I won't touch another person's baby. But if I'm like check stand 4, and I'll see you in the aisles, and a baby is like looking over at me, babies love me. They love the dibber. So I'll look at a baby, and the baby will look at me, and now the baby smiles, and I'll give a little coochie coo. I won't touch the baby, but we'll have a little bit of a relationship through eye contact.
You're very
and
approachable.
noises.
Yeah,
babies love me.
Yeah,
it's a fact. It's why I can't stop having them.
Okay. Well, wow.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Very serious.
Shout out
very
Nick
quick.
Cannon.
Yeah. Anyway, I love all animals. The South. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to ask you this before.
Go ahead.
Just a quick aside. Steph, 4,000 threes, and he now has 25,052 regular season points. Does he get to 30,000 points, and or does he get to 5,000 threes?
Okay.
And I'm only asking this as a way to do birthday posterity.
Right.
He's averaging 9 made threes. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 4 made threes a game. That's been his career average.
All right, so let's say he plays, and this is regular season games only?
Correct. Yeah.
I'm going to, and this is just betting and math and whatnot. Let's say that in terms of the regular season, Steph has between 150 and 160 games left in his regular season career.
You're only giving him 2 years?
Well, the rest of this year, next year, the year after that, throw in some load management, maybe a little ankle tweak here or there, something like that. And yes, I would softly at least be open to the idea that Steph's going to retire after that.
Okay.
I know what he said to Steiny and Goo. We'll see. I put that into we'll see category.
If he plays the rest of this,
39 years old.
If he plays the rest of this and 2 more, well, he won't get to 5,000 threes.
Yeah, correct.
And if he plays the rest of this and only 2 more, he probably won't get to 30,000 points either.
Yeah, and I that would be my lean.
Okay,
that would be my lean.
Yeah,
is that I would say no to both.
Okay, yeah. I do think that. Well, I don't know.
How about if I said it this way? I think a ring is more likely than either of those numbers.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I
bet that's what he's hoping for too.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I don't know if he is looking at the career numbers as something that he wants or needs to get to, because right now you've got 25,000 points, and I think over the next maybe week or so, he's going to pass the logo. I think the logo's next up, Jerry West, on the list as he's starting to tick off Hall of Famers. And no one's going to touch him with 5,000 threes or 4,000 threes right now. And I heard earlier, someone talking about maybe Trae Young as a guy who might be trending toward eventually breaking it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, if Steph gets to 5,000 threes, it would take this year and 3 more, most likely. Same thing as 30,000 points. So if he's enjoying playing and he wants to get there and the team is still winning, I do think that both are attainable.
Maybe, but you're also sort of taking his career averages and then running them over the next 3 seasons, which is a little bit of a leap. I mean, you're talking about him still putting up his normal 4 per night at age 40.
Yeah, well,
that's a lot.
I mean, this year it's 4.4. Last year was 4.8. And then the year before that, 4.9. Right. So his average of 4 is weighted by his first 3 years, where he only averaged 2 threes a game that he made. And, I shared this with a group earlier that 45% of his points for his career have come from the 3-point line, which is by far most in history.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So I do think that as his career winds down, he can become primarily a 3-point specialist if he wants.
Yeah, but I just don't, like, the ball wouldn't be in his hands enough to put that many up. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the way I see it. That's just the way I'm kind of handicapping it now.
Yeah.
I think he's much more focused on a ring than any of these kinds of achievements. And I do think that they have a shot. They have a shot at it this year. They really do. I don't know if they're going to have a shot at it again because these things are very, very difficult to have everything come together like this. So, I know what Guru was saying earlier, that he's like, it's not just this year, like with this team in place and Jimmy signed and all that, and you re-signed Kaminga, and gosh, I think they'll be one of the favorites next year. Maybe, but every year in sports, we are reminded how quickly things can change and how difficult it is to line it up and do it again. There can be injuries. There can be surprise transactions. There can just be surprisingly poor play. I mean, the last time that they came off of a championship, what happened? Before they even got started, somebody punched somebody and they never won a road game because they hated each other. Who the hell saw that coming?
Yeah, I didn't have that on my bingo card.
I mean, right?
Ways to defend a championship.
Right, and next thing you know, they're like on the road in round one. And like coming off of a ring.
Yeah.
So these things are so touchy.
Yeah,
and
you're right.
They are so delicate that they've got a shot this year. But I would imagine that they are putting all the desperation possible into this year, because the idea that they're just going to climb back up and do it again next year, to me, is less than likely.
That's why I think that 30,000 points and or 5,000 threes is more likely than them winning a title, because there are other good teams out there. And if Steph plays the rest of this year and 3 more seasons, and it would take 3 more seasons, you're talking about roughly 200 games. And if he plays 200 more games, that would be 5 threes a game. That would be a lot to get to 5,000. So that's not likely. Even 200 games and you need 1,000 threes, that would be tough to do. And for him to play 200 games and you need 5,000 points roughly, that's 25 a night. So that's also difficult. But I do think that one of those two is more likely than them going out and winning a title over the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's solely based on the premise of him playing beyond this contract.
Yeah.
Which I'm not convinced of at all.
Oh, I'm not either.
Right, but I am convinced that they've got a shot this year. I don't think it's a great one, but I am convinced that they've got a shot this year. They've got a real puncher's chance.
Would you say that this shot that they have this year is as good as the shot that they had in 2022?
No.
Right.
No, because they were the 3 seed.
Right.
I do think this, and again, one of the things we've been talking about, because so many people are now expecting the Warriors to make a playoff run, or have made the statement they've gotten to the point where they'd be disappointed if they don't.
Just win a series.
Right.
That's
just
all
win a
I'm
series.
asking.
We are really underrating the importance of home court advantage in the NBA playoffs. I bet you could look this up real quick, because you got where these sites are.
I got them Google fingers.
What is the record of the home team in a playoff series in the NBA? Like, what is the percentage time that whoever hosts game 1 wins that series? Like, I bet it's pretty high. I bet that's north of 70%. Maybe even more.
Quick research has indicated, and I think these are just games, so it's not broken out by series.
Okay.
But by games, it's 64.7% home, 35.3% away.
Okay, and that's playoff games or just games?
Playoff games.
Playoff games. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd love to see winning of series.
Yeah, I'll get that for you.
The percentage time that the road team wins the series, because that, yes, there's the possibility the Warriors get to 4 and host 1 series. That's definitely possible. I think it's unlikely. So you're talking about wanting to win a ring probably exclusively on the road. And I just don't I don't think that happens very often. It's allowed. It's allowed.
Yeah.
I know Jimmy Butler took a team from the play-in tournament to within a breath of a championship. I get that. but that is very difficult to do. So for us to sit here and say we expect it or we'd be disappointed without it, to me, it gets a little ahead of ourselves.
It does, and if you look at the history of teams that make the NBA Finals, the majority of them are 1, 2, or 3 seeds. And I mentioned the Houston Rockets, who won it with Olajuwon and Kenny Smith and company in one of the 2 years where Jordan was away, and they were a 6 seed, which means they probably had to go on the road for all 4 series. And I'll look that up. I think that was the 95 Rockets, the Rockets that beat the New York Knicks.
Yeah.
Might have been 94.
Somewhere in there.
It was the OJ year.
Yeah.
Because I was watching the game.
I think it was 95.
I was watching the game with my buddy Kenny Flamer, and we were unable to watch the game because they had the white Bronco in the big screen, and they had the game in the little screen, and I had to call the local NBC affiliate here repeatedly and say, put the Bronco in the little screen. I want my Marv Albert, in the big screen. They didn't switch it.
Oh.
They were more people were interested in a slow white Bronco through LA freeways than they were. I think it was Game 5 of the NBA Finals.
Well, as it's turned out through the years, I think more people were interested in OJ and his Bronco than anything ever in the history of American content, as it turns out.
I do have an answer for you guys.
Yeah, what's up, Lucas?
I did a quick little bit of recon, and this is by series for the last 10 years, or I guess 2013 to 2023 in the NBA.
Okay.
They divided it by round. In the first round, home court advantage has about a 60%, 59.8% chance to advance. In the conference semifinals, 64%. In the conference finals, 61%. And in the NBA finals, 54%.
Interesting. Those numbers are lower than I thought, but still pronounced and still very, very clear. Hard to do because we're not asking the Warriors to do it once. We're asking the Warriors to do it 3 or 4 times. Like, unless something just amazing happens over these last 16 games, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the Warriors doing this whole thing on the road. So I don't even know. We'll see what they do here the rest of the way. I'm very curious to see these next 3 games. Wow, am I curious. I think we're going to have an unbelievable start to the week next week. Coming in here on Monday with word of what happens against New York tomorrow night, getting ready for Nikola Jokic being in town, followed by Giannis the very next night. You come out of that 3-0, maybe I'll start to go, oh, dude, they're just going to start humming through everybody. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like the idea that we have arrived at expectation or disappointment if they don't go to round 2 or round 3. I get it. We love the Warriors, and they have been the most impressive thing in sports for the last 15 years. But, wow, you're asking a lot. You are asking a lot to expect them to advance in the situation they're in.
Just one round. I mean, I don't think that I'm asking that much with a championship pedigree, and I am struck by the Rockets, and it was the second time that they won the NBA Finals, and they were the 6th seed. They beat the 3-seeded Jazz in 5. That was back when it was a best of 5. Then they beat the 2-seeded Suns in 7, Game 7 on the road. Then they beat the top-seeded Spurs in 6, and then they beat the number 1 seed Magic. They swept the Orlando Magic. Famously, Nick Anderson missed those free throws.
Yes.
And so the Rockets did win 4 road series, including a must-win, a double must-win in the first round, a double must-win in the second round, and then they took down the Spurs in 6. So that was a team with Olajuwon and Sam Cassell, Baby Sam, Vernon Maxwell, Kenny Smith. They were defending champs. They had that championship pedigree. So the blueprint for a 6 seed, it's there. It's possible.
Of course.
I'm just looking at this team with, Hall of Famers. And, oh, by the way, Robert Horry, one of his 7 titles came on that team. So it's a team that had the championship pedigree, and they were able to go 4 road series and get it done.
We're going to go to the phones here in a second. A reminder, the voting is ongoing, and you've only got about 10 minutes left here. 95.7 The Game's Twitter feed with regard to the moment of Steph's career, in your opinion. We're down to the finals. The 2 finalists are the double bang in Oklahoma City or Game 4 in Boston in 2022. Those are the 2 finalists. Your votes will decide the story. There was one that didn't make our final 8 that I had asked the guys this morning to maybe consider. However, I admitted to them is kind of because of a self-serving reason. Not self-serving, but like just a personal connection to it. In Christmas of 2021, I got my kids 3, or obviously 4, I went 2. I got tickets to go see a Warrior game. And so we sat right behind the hoop.
Yeah.
On January 21st, 2022, we sat right behind the hoop to see the Warriors play the Houston Rockets. Just a regular season game.
This is just like, 22?
2022.
Okay. So not quite post-COVID.
21 Christmas, 2022 in January, they played the Houston Rockets in a season that would end in a championship. Obviously didn't realize that at the time. But they played Houston. Houston was very young and not great. And so the Warriors were expected to do very well. It was a sleepy game. Just didn't even get to 100 points. One of those games that just never really got going. Houston is hanging around. But then, with the game tied in the 90s, with about 4 seconds left to go, the Warriors have the ball for a side out of bounds. And they hand it into Steph Curry, who breaks down his defender, drives middle, step back, top of the arc, just inside the three-point line, lets it fly. Buzzer while the ball is in the air. Splash. To my knowledge, remains to this date the only actual walk-off buzzer beater in Steph Curry's career. Okay? Now, why do I bring that up? A, because I loved it. B, because we had some texters say, hey, what about this? Because I was at that, they were at that game too. And it was a memorable moment. But I bring it up because I wanted to bring up the phrase buzzer beater. Because we've got an epic one right now. An epic one.
Oh, we got a battle?
No. We've got a buzzer beater.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 5:30 on a Friday.
And?
We have not heard from him all week long.
Wait a minute.
We were worried.
Well, I was terrified.
We did not know where he was.
I actually I saw him on the back of a milk carton yesterday.
But all of our fears,
oh God, thank you,
similar to those about Jonathan Kuminga's return, have been tucked away in our back pocket and now ready to be thrown into the trash. Because, ladies and gentlemen,
tell me,
beating the buzzer,
talk to me,
is none other than Kurt in Hayward Hills on Willard and Dibs. Hello, Kurt.
Hey, there they are. Willard and Dibs. Hey, the best sports boys in the Bay Area. Number one, you two guys. Number one in the Bay Area. Hey, let me say something. How come nobody's talking about Curry's 62-footer on 2015?
Yeah, actually, well, Kurt, we had a really hard time getting it down to just 8. And
a lot of moments.
And we were trying to pick between 62-footers, and the one we settled on was the 3/4 of the court.
No, fellas. Western Conference Final against Memphis Grizzlies, 62-footer. That was his longest shot in his career. That's got to be up there.
No,
Come on.
Hey,
wait a minute.
Hey, it was the 7 seed, Kurt.
Yeah, Kurt, it was the 7 seed. It just got beat. That's not our fault. The listeners voted it out, but since you called, we'll play it for you.
Jeff Green dribbles up the floor.
Well, there you go.
Away. Curry has it. Closes up from the backcourt. Good if it goes. It went in. It went in. A 3/4 shot by Curry for 3 at the buzzer. Oh, my goodness. Steph Curry threw it in.
Oh, did you hear the way he called that? He didn't call any of those other shots like that. No way.
I mean, that's a great call.
What about Curry? What about Curry? Hey, he's the best player in the league. Happy birthday, Curry. A shout out to the greatest player ever in the NBA history.
I got no problem with it, Kurt. I got no problem with what you're saying right now. Keep cooking.
All right, what about tomorrow? The Knicks, they're going down. Come on, the Knicks are going down. What about the next 2 after that? Milwaukee, and who else we got?
Denver. Jokic.
Well, you know what? Listen, let me tell you, fellas. Let me tell you, boys, if we win these 3 in a row, forget about it. Championship mode. Anyway, we're already in the championship mode. You're going to tell me what team out there in the West has as many superstars as we got? I don't know any team that's got that many. You tell me. We got Jimmy Butler that's hungry for a championship. We got the greatest shooter in the world. We got Green, one of the greatest defensive players in the world. We got a bench that's a high scoring. Did you see the defense? Even though Sacramento's not any damn good, but what a defense we got. We're coming on. I got them winning the next three. The next three. And if anybody doesn't think Curry's a superstar, you know what we're going to tell them?
Tell us, Kurt.
Kurt in Hayward Hills finally getting to a point where he sets himself up
perfect
for the big finish.
And the dramatic pause. I was afraid to find out if I didn't ask him what that was.
Well, I didn't want to ask because I thought he was going to jump on his big finish.
I didn't want to step on it.
Talk over him.
I didn't. I was waiting for that Nikola Jokic is a little runt. They're going to smash that little runt. And that Giannis, he's also a little runt. 7'1" with an 8-foot wingspan. We're going to smash that little runt. I mean, I find myself at home doing Kurt and Hayward Hills impersonations.
Do you? Like in front of the bathroom mirror?
No, like usually to the baby.
Oh.
You need to eat your pancakes, you little runt. I'm not making you a bagel.
How does Mila react to your Kurt impression?
She tells me, "Get out of here."
Very good.
Thank you.
Very, very good. All right. T-Bone in Berkeley. Hello, T-Bone.
Hey, guys. That was fantastic. Surprisingly, Kurt stole my thunder. I was going to go with Game 6 in 2015. But as a vote would have to be Game 4 because of the magnitude. Mark, I'm a teacher. I want to hear how the final went. And I'll make this quick. I teach middle school, so I was asking a student to leave. And what do you think I thought in my head?
What'd you think of?
Oh, come on. Get out of here!
Very good, T-Bone.
Thank you, T-Bone.
Very good. All right.
Instead of detention, get out of here.
It sounds to me like we're heading toward every caller on 95.7 The Game ending their call that way.
Yeah.
Once you're done with your call, get out of here, because there's other callers. So anyway, how'd the final go? The final went fine. I'm still, it was actually at midnight last night. You know what? Can I get this takeoff real quick? This is so funny. College students, you just know this. Someday you're going to be a bigger adult and you're going to think it's so dumb that you did it this way. But I don't come down your road because I remember I did the same thing. I can remember starting a term paper one time at midnight when it was due at 8 in the morning.
Oh, boy.
And I stayed up all night and I did it. But I'm actually up late last night. I'm getting in bed at midnight. The lab project is due at midnight. What starts happening? Literally at 11:58.
Bloop, bloop,
my phone.
Yeah.
My phone. Bzz, bzz, bzz. I'm like, did I set an alarm at the wrong time? No. It's all of the students going, I'm having a hard time getting my assignment. It's the website.
Your mom's in the class?
Yeah, she's in the class. The website won't work and it's down and I can't.
Will you help me with my final?
I can't upload the final. Can I just email it to you? Like, you people, you are texting a professor at midnight when your final is due because you've just realized that the website is having a difficult time uploading your massive video that you just started 3 minutes ago right before it's due. Can you please think ahead for more than 2 minutes?
It's impossible.
Is that possible?
It really isn't.
Oh, my God.
It just, I mean.
Like, for the love of it, turn it in one day before. Just for fun.
Right.
One time.
And for these kids, they don't understand the luxury they have to take a class remotely and just be able to upload a project.
Right.
Like when I was in school.
Oh, here we go.
You had to buy the blue book and the Scantron and you had to actually show up. And you had to sit there with your ballpoint pen and scratch out your essay over the course of a 2-hour period and make it legible.
Yep.
Even though I can't really write that legibly. And I'll show you the sheet today.
Oh,
It's scribble.
baby.
It's scritchity scratch. And now these kids, it's like, sit there on your couch, play PlayStation, push a button for your final exam. How hard is that?
Yeah, apparently pretty hard. Max in San Leandro is next up. Hi, Max. Thanks for calling.
What's up, guys? This is my third time calling in the last month, which means I'm still unemployed.
Okay. All right. Congratulations.
Yeah. But I've got a Curry moment. I know 7 of them one moments, and then, the Boston one was like the game. But one moment I think you guys have forgotten about, I don't know if anyone's mentioned this, I haven't been listening to the entire show, but 2013 first round versus Denver, game 4 at Oracle. Steph, third quarter, last 6.5 minutes, went for 22. It was one of those arrive on the scene moments. And, I was a first grader during the We Believe run. So I have, small memories of that. But, a lot of my early Warriors memories were it was a lot of 28 and 54, 30 and 52. So I always kind of wondered what playoff basketball Oracle would look like. And, seeing what Curry did in game 4, it was pretty special. The talk shows the next day, I was on spring break, so I was able to watch them. It was everybody was talking this guy should have gone number 1 over Blake Griffin. And, that's obviously obvious now. But back then that was saying something still. Last thing I'll leave you guys with, Mike Trout, over 24.5 home runs this year. Cody Bellinger, over 21.5 home runs this year.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, Max. Max, get ready with some baseball bets.
No, it's good.
I love it.
But it's about that time. I mean, we got the season starts next week overseas, I believe, in Asia.
Yeah. The Dodgers start overseas. And then I think, do I have it right that opening day for the Giants is 2 weeks from yesterday?
The 27th, yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah, that thing just sneaks right up on you.
Yeah.
Well, when you're in the midst of Jimmy Butler and a Warrior team that simply doesn't lose anymore, and Curry's birthday and 2 milestones, 25,000 points, 4,000 threes, the return of Kaminga, we've all kind of gotten a little bit caught up. Tomorrow, I will tell you this, 21 conference championship games on the docket, so don't text your boy. I'm going to be locked in.
Oh, boy, you're damn right I'm going to text you.
Yeah,
go ahead. I need some W's.
Yeah.
Need some W's up in this piece.
It's going to be an Ignore the Toddler Saturday.
Okay, good. We got a little Warrior surprise for you. I think coming up next. We'll dish that out. We got time for your calls, 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. This is Willard and Dibs.
And if anybody doesn't think Curry's a superstar, you know what we're going to tell them?
Tell us, Kurt.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO. With the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, and tasty food, why settle for less? Start your trip like a true Bay Area champ. Fly from SFO, where your best journeys begin.
What about Curry? Hey, he's the best player in the league. Happy birthday, Curry. A shout out to the greatest player ever in the NBA history.
The South.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, the googasm is never going to get old. The South. Yeah, there it is again. Huh. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? And my goodness, we had some guests this week.
Oh, yeah.
Like starting with the South. Thank you. Good Lord, like how low? Man, you need to play T-ball over here? I'm trying to throw you a lob ball.
I mean, what are you, Curtin Hayward? And I love you, Curtin Hayward Hills. So many lobs.
The South. Hey, thank you.
Mark's pointing at the rim, Lucas. Rim run, I'm going to throw it up.
You got to dunk the ball. The South.
Thank you.
But
who else do we have, Mark?
Well, like half the South.
Yes. Okay, we get it.
Half the Warrior team was Buddy Hield was on.
Momo.
Okay, Momo was on. Tim Roy was on today. Fitz was on.
Yep.
Boy, who else did we have this week?
We had Slates.
Tim
Kawakami. Steve Kerr. Thank you.
Tim Kawakami.
GP2.
GP3, as I call him now.
Kevon Looney.
I said half the Warrior team. Yeah. So anyway, Odyssey app, YouTube, whatever. Get yourself over there and listen to whatever you missed. Okay? Hell of a week. And thank you all for just the interaction, the engagement. Good Lord, the Warriors are on fire. This is absolutely fantastic. This is so fun. There's nothing better than when the good stuff comes and you had no idea that it was on the way. That's where we're at right now. And they got to keep it going because the margins are still very, very thin. And the damn New York Knicks are coming to town tomorrow night.
Yeah, you got a little bit of a gauntlet.
There we go.
Gauntlet of games and not much margin for error. You keep mentioning Minnesota, and I wish you wouldn't because they're real. They're a threat, and you don't want to get into the play-in. I have play-in nightmares. I've got PPTSD.
Hello.
Post-play-in traumatic stress disorder because the Warriors have never won a game in the play-in. They've had 3 of them. They've lost all 3 of them. In the first play-in, they were the 8. They lost. They played the 9-10 winner. They lost.
Yep.
And then, was it last year they were in the play-in and they lost? And so just get the 6th seed, but you're not going to be able to, Debo foot around and Debo, you're the cat.
I
didn't want to use the P word, so you got to make sure you stay buttoned up. Now, you can't give any of these away.
That is all accurate. Hey, kids and campers, it's time for Triples for Autism, which is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. For those of you who don't know, with Triples for Autism, if the Warriors make at least 10 threes in a game, then there's a donation from our friends at Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. So, do you think the Warriors hit at least 10 threes last night?
Yeah.
I think they felt like they did in the first quarter.
Right.
So, 22 three-pointers for the Dubs last night. So, yet another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. Draymond Green, Moses Moody, Buddy Hield, all had 4 apiece. Quentin Post, GP2 had 3 of them. Guy Santos and the chef had 2 each. Thank you. That's 43rd donation of the year from Pettinelli to Triples for Autism. You can get involved. We would love it if you would. You go to sfautismsociety.org and you can make a donation or find out how you can help. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. You asked me a couple of days ago, this idea of this 4-game stretch. I know we're leaving Toronto out next Thursday. Don't leave that out, but that's kind of a different sort of a game. It's a week away and it's Toronto. But to see Sacramento, New York, Denver, and Milwaukee all lined up on the schedule in a short stretch. We were talking about that 4-game stretch, and you called 2-2 a par. And I said, I don't know. I think I would actually lean more toward 3-1 being a par. Because I felt very confident they would win last night, and they did. And I bet even you, now that bird is in hand, you wouldn't call it a par if they go 1-2 the rest of the way, right?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I mean, now you would expect to go 2-1 at least, and I think Denver's always difficult, and you do have a back-to-back in there, but the euphoria that we're all feeling watching this team, even last night, where the thing got down to 6 or 7, and it got cut to 6 or 7, and Sacramento hit a couple of amazing shots, and they had a couple of corner threes, and Curry called timeout, and you thought, okay, I didn't want to use the word adorable because that's your word, but it's kind of a neat little run for Sacramento, but I didn't feel the threat level, and I can't help but go back to the Brooklyn game where they were down 27-5, and I didn't feel the way I would have felt 2 months ago, and this is what Grandy had shared on our show thread, and he's absolutely right. Previously, that would have been, turn this ass off. They're going to lose by 40. But now the feels that we all have around this team, yes, they will lose a game at some point, I guess, but it doesn't feel that way.
Well, I mean, I could definitely see them not necessarily going 3-0 through this stretch. The back-to-back with Denver and Milwaukee is daunting. There's no question about that. But I also look at it this way, like, in how many of these games will they be favored / sort of expected to win? I don't know what look-aheads are and all of that stuff, but right now, with these games all being at home, they might be favored in all of them. They're definitely going to be favored tomorrow night. I haven't looked at it, but they're definitely favored. Denver is not playing great. Like, not bad, but they're not playing great. Be kind of interesting to see what they do with the Lakers tonight, or people in Laker jerseys.
Right.
Like, nobody you've heard of is playing in this game except for Austin Reeves. Connect, I guess, is the other name. But I mean, like, they are all out. LeBron's out. Luka's out. Even Gabe Vincent is out. Hachimura out. So, like, I expect Denver to get that victory. But they're not playing perfect basketball. Neither is Milwaukee. And so I do think for Warrior fans, this little stretch, I don't want to say it's the last thing they need to see, because I think people are pretty much convinced already. This is the real deal. But you'd like to see them go through a gauntlet like this and come out of it with some, with something to show for it.
Definitely, especially when you think about Minnesota, as you've been pointing out, where they are a constant and imminent threat, and the Clippers are not that far behind either. So, yeah, you want to move up to the 5 and even dream about the 4 and all the rest of it, but you're going to have to play really good basketball just to keep the 6, considering how your competitors are also doing.
Happy birthday to the chef. He's 37 years old. You ready for the surprise?
I am, yeah.
Well, we ran the Steph bracket all day long and tried to get to our fans' favorite moment in the career of Steph Curry. It is not the double bang.
What?
I take you to Game 4 in Boston.
Curry gets Horford. Curry fires. Heat check 3. Confirmed. It's good for Curry. Off a screen by Looney. Curry fires away. The 3 ball's good. Top of the key with White making contact. Yep. It's a 1-point game. The Warriors are not going away.
He's getting double teamed.
Yep. Screen by Payton II. Curry launches. Got fouled. He hits it anyway and nails the 3 to tie the game.
This guy is blistering hot right now.
Got fouled by Tatum. There was no call. Back to Curry, pump fake, fly by 3 ball, got it. Oh my goodness, he's got 33. Draymond looks for a wing, nobody moving. Curry back cuts on White, takes the jumper, got it. Curry for 3. Warriors have doubled their advantage. A 10-0 run of the Celtics one time. And the Golden State Warriors have recaptured home court in the NBA Finals with a stirring 107-97 win here at TD Garden. 43 points for Stephen Curry.
There it is, all from Tim Roy. Game 4 in Boston. Actually, by a 67% to 33 margin, is everybody's favorite moment in his career.
Makes perfect sense because that's Game 4 of the Finals, and that is really the surprise title. The first title, you'd been to the playoffs in back-to-back years, and you had 67 wins in the regular season, and the first one's always a bit of a surprise, but 2022... for me, will always be maybe the ultimate in surprise championships, just because of the make of the team and where that team wound up as a 3 seed. And then you went out to Boston and you needed that from Steph Curry, and you got it from Steph Curry.
Best of the game coming up. Luke, what's happening? What are we doing here in about 3 minutes? What's
the chef?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
The chef.
Okay, the chef. So we're going to get, if you missed that conversation, it's coming up on the best of the game. which is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
No, I got 21 conference championship games to watch.
How about
21.
Sunday?
I'm busy.
Okay. You want to do it again on Monday?
Monday. I think I'm scheduled to work.
Okay, short week for Dibs, but
Yeah,
he'll be
it
here.
is.
Yeah, okay. So
The chef!
on the way. We'll talk to you on Monday. Until then, for Dibs, for Lucas, for Grandy and his family, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
He hits his 4,000th three-pointer last night.
Pump fake, fly-by three ball on the way. Number 4,000 for Steph Curry.
And today, we celebrate his birthday.
Just wanted to say happy birthday to you. We know man. We know
Yeah.
We know
Appreciate it, brothers. Steph Curry, we aren't worthy.
The chef!
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, the chef!
From Dub Nation and all of us at 95.7 The Game, happy birthday.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids.